this is a fundamentally technical piece of legislation, but we have to balance that with the need to present it with a simplicity and a clarity that enables it to be absorbed and the fundamental principles of the legislation to be absorbed by readers of a wide range of class, including persons, individuals with an interest in public financial management, technical professional expertise or qualification. However, the provisions also need to feed in at that level of professional expertise. The provisions need to have enough detail and complexity of structure to match the complexity of structure of the technical professions to which they are primarily addressed as the target audiences within government and elsewhere. And we will therefore be particularly grateful for observations of honourable members and distinguished delegates as to whether we have managed to achieve that balance, setting out the principles and the core provisions of the bill, of the Act, in a way that lends themselves to effective absorption by readers of all relevant sectors, but at the same time, including detail at a level that speaks to the professional cadre at whom this is primarily aimed for operational implementation purposes. In the same vein, could I just check, Mr. Moderator, that you can hear me okay? Could I check that anybody can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
That's very good.
We can hear you. Proceed.
That's very good, because I can't actually see anybody. So, so it just feels as though I'm sitting in my room bellowing about legislation, which is something I'm perfectly capable of doing, to be fair. But it's just nice to know from time to time that I'm actually that there are actually people on the other end. Good. In the same vein, we are balancing transparency and accountability together with a simplicity of structure and an accessibility of structure. And the draft, I hope, shows that this is something to which the technical working group and other consultees have paid particular attention. Within the provisions of the model law themselves, there is a consequent emphasis on effective public engagement. We will see in a moment that there is a public engagement principle, but you will also see, I hope, that in a number of places, the draft requires the public officials operating the public financial management system to provide specific and effective opportunities for real public engagement and real public influence. To give you a couple of specific examples just ahead of time, if I may, the Public Accounts Committee, or its equivalent in each jurisdiction, is mandated to maintain a public complaints portal relating specifically to public financial management misuse, misconduct, or other irregularity. And we, if I may speak for the Secretariat and the Technical Working Group, we see this as a fundamental feature of giving confidence to the citizenry of SADC implementing states that they have a voice that will go straight through to the Parliamentary Committee primarily tasked with holding to account the executive in relation to public financial management. And as an essential part of the efficacy of that portal, we provide, again, mandatory whistleblower protection. Because as honourable members and distinguished delegates will know better than I do, in the financial management sector, without whistleblowing protection, misuse and misregulation will not come to light. So in these ways and others that I hope will be observed as we go through the text, public engagement, effective public engagement, is seen to be at the heart of the SADC model law on public financial management. I have two other preliminary points that I need to make, and I need to make them particularly because honourable members and distinguished delegates looking at the draft will, I know, have concerns around two areas. They will have concerns about individualization for their own jurisdiction, because a model law inevitably can only be a model, and they will also have concerns around substantive prescription. So I wish to address both of those issues at a thematic level before I turn to the provisions of the Act. First, it is of course the case that each SADC state that may wish to implement this model law has its own unique constitutional and other legislative arrangements. There are provisions in some constitutions that deal, for example, with the status and operations of the Auditor General or the Accountant General at a great level of specificity, and there are others that don't. There are equally, there are some jurisdictions within the SADC region that have already public financial management laws that cover some of the ground, much of the ground of the model law. In some jurisdictions, there are procurement regulations and procurement acts already in place. In others, there are not. The whole point of a model law is that it presents an agenda to each implementing state and says, this is what SADC Parliamentary Forum believes are the necessary components of public financial management regulation in each jurisdiction. Consider overlaps with your constitution, consider overlaps with your other public financial management legislation, and then work out a domestication program, a transposition and domestication program that works for you. And there are footnotes in the model law in a number of places that draw attention to particular contextualization issues. But I would not want honourable members or distinguished delegates to think that that is an exhaustive list. We have mentioned it where there are particular contextualization issues, but the general theme of the model law is that the domestication process in each jurisdiction will need to reflect its own particular circumstances. With that in mind, during the consultation process, we did relegate certain details as a result of contextualization issues raised by particular consultees. To give you two examples, nomenclature relating to parliamentary committees and the timetable of the financial year are now expressly left as domestication details, whereas before we had suggested some approaches based on what appeared to be a standard but not invariable practice. My final preliminary point relates, as I said, to prescription. And I think this is very important, if I may say so, within the context of what SADC Parliamentary Forum aims to provide as a facilitating service, and the model law is not a series of substantive prescriptions of what substantive law individual states should have in place. If I may give you an example, we create a number of offences, criminal offences in the model law, including at the end, most importantly, new offences in many jurisdictions of misuse and misapplication of public funds. But in each place, we leave the penalties blank, open, with a note saying that they require domestication and contextualization. And that's for a very simple reason. Each jurisdiction has its own criminal and penal policies. And not only is it not for the model law to dictate or prescribe what penal approach should be taken to particular offences, but that would actually be disastrous, because what matters is that in the domestication and transposition process, a proportionate approach is taken to match the criminal and penal policy of each implementing state. So substantive prescription is not the stuff of the model law. What it prescribes is a layer of processes by which states can be assured that they are reflecting best international practice, best regional practice, and they are on a track that enables them to deliver their own fiscal transparency, international commitment transparency, sustainability, and other goals and targets in accordance with a process that facilitates delivery of those targets and objectives. That concludes my preliminary remarks prior to examination of the text, and I pause with your permission, Mr. Moderator, to invite any observations or comments from honourable members and other distinguished delegates.
Thank you so much, Dr. Greenberg, for the preliminary remarks that you have made so far. Honourable members, I think the legal drafter is inviting. If there are any other preliminary questions, comments at this stage before he takes us through the draft. Yes, you introduce yourself in terms of the name and country.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable Kasune Princess here from Zambia. I just want to acknowledge the presentation that he has just, the comments that he has made in his preliminary comments, and really to agree and say that the SADC model law on public management, financial management is so timely and long overdue. What I just want also to highlight, even from the preliminary comments, is to say that I appreciated his observation on saying that this model law has to have the expertise that it needs, yet at the same time be able to be understood, maybe digested, and of course used by people who are of layman expertise. I say so because in many of our countries, including Zambia, we as members of parliament come from different backgrounds, and yet the issue of public financial management is very critical under our oversight role. But we fail because sometimes it's because we are not capacitated to the extent that we can understand the financial procedures and even some of the acts that have been put in our countries. So that balance, I think, is what I would implore all of us, that we look at it from a critical point of view in terms of those who are experts in the field, but also for some of us who are very much interested in these reforms, yet are laymen, and be able to understand and take it to our constituencies where it matters the most. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member from Zambia. There's a hand there. Your name and country?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Pete. I'm from Lesotho. I just want to applaud a very informed presentation. My point is that we have in our jurisdictions sometimes what you call a public accounts committee. Public accounts committee which makes a report every time and again, or every year, or every financial year, and which sometimes on the reports you find that there are a misuse of funds and regular use of funds, but yet our governments, you never see them bringing anybody into account. I just want the presenter to maybe say something in relation to that. Thank you.
We can get a third intervention, then we allow the legal drafter to, yes, name and country.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. I'm Porina Mpariwa from Zimbabwe. I want to join the other colleagues who have thanked the doc for his presentation and insight in terms of what to expect as we go through the proposed draft model law, but perhaps really to share also with the colleagues here that as Zimbabwe, will listen to the presentation carefully and with the zeal in recognition that in Zimbabwe, the Public Accounts Committee 2 weeks ago was in the communities doing public hearings on the new proposed Public Finance Management Bill. So I would want to believe that it puts us in a better position on where to actually harmonize and put the nitty-gritties in terms of the proposed SADC model law. So thank you.
Thank you so much. With those 3 interventions at this moment, let me hand it over to the legal drafter. Over to you, Dr. Greenberg. I hope the questions were very clear and the comments.
I'm very grateful to the honourable and distinguished delegates for their observations. In relation to the observations from the honourable delegate from Zambia, I am grateful to her in particular for her endorsement of the aim of lay accessibility alongside technical accuracy and sufficiency. In relation to the remarks of the honourable delegate from Lesotho, I respectfully endorse his emphasis on the Public Accounts Committee reports. He will see that they are of central strategic and structural significance within the model law. And in relation to his penetrating question about enforcement, I draw respectfully his attention to the provisions of part 11 of the model law, which we will discuss when we get there, of course. The criminalization of financial misconduct and misuse is designed precisely to modify the executive initiative in relation to the impact of issues identified by the Public Accounts Committee and others. And because in each jurisdiction, the criminal initiative lies with the criminal enforcement authorities, the prosecuting authorities and others, and not with the executive in its executive capacity, that should enable a degree of egregious enforcement to take place. This is not, of course, a panacea. It is not a substitute for government engagement with the Public Accounts Committee reports. But we held a specific consultation session with prosecuting authorities, and we held another specific consultation session with law officers. and another one with judges. And each of those three classes confirmed that the provisions of the model law provide a series of enforcement mechanisms that should ameliorate, although of course not remove, the engagement issue to which the Honourable Delegate from Lesotho drew attention. Finally, in relation to the remarks from the Honourable Delegate from Zimbabwe, I respectfully endorse her emphasis on the prioritization of the harmonization practices within the model law. I have no other comment in relation to the comments already made. Mr. Moderator, are there other comments on preliminary matters, or should I proceed to the provisions of the model law?
Honourable members, do we have any preliminary comments at this stage? So otherwise, we may proceed now, going to the actual document. Thank you. Name and country?
I just have one comment. My name is Klengwe Mkalipi from South Africa. I just have one comment in terms of his view, in terms of the illicit financial flow. And he also spoke about it, and we watched the video, and I think that is the very critical issue if you want to address the issue of corruption, also to have this model law that you are engaging on today. So is it addressed in his document or not? And what is his final view in terms of the illicit financial flow? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member from South Africa. Doctor, you can see the Honourable Members now are itching to ask questions from the documents. Perhaps after responding to the intervention from the Honourable Member from South Africa, we can proceed into the actual document. So some of the observations the members have, they can be addressed in the course of presenting the document. Over to you, Doctor.
Yes, well, in response to the observations of the Honourable Delegate from South Africa, I would point out, I absolutely respectfully endorse her emphasis on illicit financial flow action as being core to not just anti-corruption progress, but also to the effective public financial management in a number of different ways. And this was something, I can respectfully assure her, this was something that was brought out by a number of consultees during the earlier consultative forums. As a result, illicit financial flow is mentioned expressly in a number of different places in the draft model law. First, it has its own very wide definition designed specifically to include money laundering, tax evasion, international bribery, and other forms of illicit financial flow. Secondly, in the measurable outcomes mandate in clause 10 of the model law, there is a specific requirement for public officials to build contribution to prevention of illicit financial flows into their own deliverability benchmark targets, which are required to be measurable targets, going back to what the Honourable Member from Zambia said some moments ago. These are designed to be accessible to and measurable by the citizenry, and a specific component in clause 10 is contribution to prevention of illicit financial flows. Next, the Public Accounts Committee is mandated under clause 50, subsection 5, paragraph H, subparagraph 3, to be constituted and resourced in a way that enables it to perform, in particular, the function of monitoring and supporting action to prevent illicit financial flows. And by making this a component of the mandate of public accounts committees, under the oversight of the Speaker and in accordance with the rules of each parliament, I said before, we very much don't want to prescribe to parliaments what to do or how to do it. So each parliament will do this in accordance with its own standing orders and rules of procedure. But by mandating it as a component of the terms of reference of the Public Accounts Committee, that again should give it specific teeth, if I may put it that way, and feed into the Public Accounts Committee reports, to which the Honourable Member from Lesotho drew attention a few moments ago. And next, Clause 67 deals entirely and expressly with illicit financial flows and requires the annual budget for a financial year to be accompanied by a statement that gives an account of progress in preventing illicit financial flows and proposals for action to be taken to prevent illicit financial flows. So at the budget point, you have a backwards looking and a forwards looking component expressly focusing on illicit financial flow progress. In those ways, I believe that the specific issue to which the honourable and distinguished delegate from South Africa has drawn attention is given specific attention within the provisions of the model law.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Honourable members, perhaps in the interest of time, and knowing that some of the observations that we may have, they have perhaps been addressed in the document that we are about to consider. So perhaps with your concurrence, could we move on now to the actual documents? Thank you so much for your concurrence, honourable members. I just wish also to confirm that honourable members received the draft model law. I think it was circulated some few days ago. Can I have a confirmation that the draft model law was circulated and members received it? Thank you so much. Dr. Greenberg, let's go now to the document. Chapter by chapter, whether it's section by section. Over to you, sir.
So, in accordance with the order set out in the program for today's session, I direct the attention of honourable members and distinguished delegates first to the preamble and the explanatory notes to the draft model law, which are contained on the opening pages of the document before you. The explanatory notes and the preamble are both modelled on the approach taken in previous model laws prepared by the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and they are designed to reflect the issues that persons reading the model law, both from a domestication perspective and also from an eventual implementation perspective, will require in order to orientate themselves into the policy drivers for the model law. The explanatory notes are designed as a purposive tool. As honourable members and distinguished delegates know very well, the application of statutory law nowadays is primarily purposive, which does not mean that we have moved away from a rigorous analysis and application of the text, but it does mean that judges and other readers look to a wide range of materials to identify the purpose of a law so as to give it an appropriately purposive and effective application and, where necessary, interpretation. As a result, it is important that the explanatory notes published eventually alongside the document in the final form in which it is eventually adopted demonstrate the policy purpose objectives of the model law in a clear and attributable way, so that they can continue to be read alongside the text of the model law to elucidate it throughout its life. Honourable members and distinguished delegates will note that there are a small number of places in the explanatory notes that have been left open to be filled in before the final adoption of the model law, to be filled in to reflect the comments made by you, honourable members and distinguished delegates today, but also other comments made during the consultative process until now. And that is why many of the comments that we've received that have confined themselves to approbation of the form of the model law are of particular importance, despite not seeking changes in the text, because their emphasis on the particular aspects of the model law that deliver desired outcomes in their own jurisdictions will enable us to populate these missing areas within the explanatory notes by reference to the particular policy drivers of SADC member states and the desiderata that they have articulated as part of this process. I say no more about the explanatory notes and will be delighted to take questions and comments on them in due course. I think for ease and speed of progress, with the moderator's kind permission, I will take the preamble and parts 1 and 2 of the model law before stopping for questions and comments from honourable and distinguished delegates. The preamble, therefore, to which I now direct your attention, the preamble serves a similar purpose to the explanatory notes, and there will be there is a lot of overlap, and I don't apologise for the overlap, because the explanatory notes and the preamble serve different purposes in the ongoing life of this as a legislative document. The explanatory notes serve the purposive function to which I have already alluded. The preamble sits as a formal and continuing record of the legislative objectives of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in the eventual adoption of this model law. The judges whom we consulted, and this is a point I think that I hope will be of particular interest to honourable members, the judges, when we consulted them, made a particularly incisive point in relation to the adoption and implementation of the model law. Madame Secretary General will remember that a number of consultees expressed issues around implementation, and the particular incisive response of the judiciary was this. They said, as a formal document adopted by a regional parliamentary forum, this model law will acquire persuasive authority before it is necessarily adopted in each jurisdiction. And the judges expressed their own willingness to regard this as a document of persuasive evidential authority, no more. It won't be binding law, of course, until it is transposed in each region and domesticated, transposed in each jurisdiction and domesticated through implementing legislation. But the fact that it will be given persuasive authority will, I think, achieve two things. First, it will, of course, be a significant incentive towards transposition and domestication, but it will also, and this goes in part to the comments made by the honourable member from Lesotho a few moments ago, it will also inform the existing interpretation of public financial management in each jurisdiction. And as a result of that, it is necessary that the preamble contains a formal record of the desiderata and objectives underlying the formal adoption of the model law by the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Because in order to give it a purposive, persuasive authority, the courts and other readers need to be able to relate the provisions of the model law to specific stated, articulated objectives. And the preamble is where that is done in a formal way. So in accordance with the procedure already adopted by SADC Parliamentary Forum for other model laws, but with a particular technical focus in this case, the preamble sets out at length the pre-existing concerns and issues, the beliefs on which the political beliefs, if you like, on which the model law rests, the underpinning for the proposals of the Parliamentary Forum, and the specific facts and circumstances that are noted in accordance with the preamble. And that is why the preamble notes facts, acknowledges issues, expresses concerns, makes observations, and determines, articulates beliefs, proposes, and notes. So each of the different paragraphs of the preamble is introduced by a different concept reflecting the utility of that paragraph as going forward as a document influencing both the interpretation and application of the model law itself, but also as part of a persuasive evidential document influencing the implementation of pre-existing legislation. That's all I want to say about the preamble, and I will listen to comments and observations on it with great gratitude. Part 1 of the model law consists of clauses 1 to running through from 1 to 8, and I don't propose to say very much about these preliminary and technical provisions, but in response to the observations of the honourable member from Zambia, I wish to draw attention to two aspects of accessibility that are present in this model law in accordance with contemporary best international practice in relation to modern, clear, simple language drafting techniques and styles. First, I draw your attention to the overview clause, clause 1, which I hasten to explain is not a purpose clause. We have purpose clauses later in part 2. This is purely an orientation clause, and it is designed to facilitate the orientation of all readers, but perhaps particularly lay readers. And secondly, specifically in that regard, clause 8 captures modern drafting practice by setting out in tabular form an index of defined terms. And this will, of course, be of particular use to those accessing the model law in electronic form, but it will also be of particular use for those who are literally reading through the hard copy document. For both sets of readers, this encapsulates the defined terms in each place where they're found, and the electronic document will, of course, have hyperlinks that take you to the relevant definition, but readers will find it easy, I hope, to use the hard copy tabular index as well. And these are examples, if I may, of the attention that we have given to maximizing the accessibility and transparency of the format of this legislation, which is every bit as important as ensuring that its content is technically accurate and sufficient. I will now address part 2 before pausing for observations. Part 2 of the model law deals with aims and objectives, and here we do have a purpose clause in clause 9. Clause 9 articulates the purpose of the Act as being to foster accountability, transparency, independence, and modernity through the efficient and effective processes relating to raising public revenue, spending public revenue and other resources, accounting for receipts and expenditure, and parliamentary oversight. If I may draw attention to 2 features of this in particular. Clause 9b lays an emphasis on other public resources, and this is very important. This reflects later in the model law, when we come to accounting, we use resource accounting as a mandated fundamental basis, and this is very much in accordance with best international and regional practice. Cash accounting gives a partial figure, a partial view. Resource accounting gives an overarching view of the economic realities, and we therefore draw attention to the focus on money and resources as early as clause 9b. Secondly, this is a purpose clause, which is a technical term, meaning that this is not a mere overview. Unlike the clause to which I alluded earlier, this is an operative legal proposition, and the courts will give it, and other readers, of course, will give it substantive legal effect. They will allow it, in accordance with its words, to flavor the specific propositions that follow in the rest of the model law. So, if I may put it in this way, this should not be seen in some form as explanatory or introductory material of the kind that is found in the preamble. It is law, and it is law that can be enforced, and the focus on accountability and transparency will be of particular importance to lay and third sector organizations wishing to challenge or hold to account the public aspects of the public financial management system. Clause 10, to which I alluded earlier, requires measurable outcomes. It requires a system designed to set objectives and test them. These are against specific objectives of optimization of public revenue, prevention of unauthorized expenditure, prevention of illicit financial flows, sustainability for future generations, an issue to which the Honourable Minister, the guest of honour, drew attention in his opening remarks, and parliamentary accountability and oversight at an effective level. As a result of comments made during the consultative process, the clause 10 subsection 3 makes specific reference to the incorporation of benchmarks under the clause in Treasury instructions or guidance. Clause 11 sets out the public financial management principles that underpin the bill, but also are required as an enforceable administrative law duty to be incorporated in the performance of functions by public officials, and you see that duty in subsection 2 set out expressly. And the public financial management principles are articulated as being transparency, accountability and participation, taking participation as a core of, as a core aspect of accountability. And I direct members and delegates' attention in particular to clause 11, subsection 2B, paragraph B, formal and meaningful opportunities for public engagement in accordance with principles of participatory democracy. Then oversight principle, and again, in accordance with each national body's own arrangements for regulation and oversight, and leaving it to each parliament, of course, to develop its own accountability mechanisms in accordance with its standing orders and other arrangements. Responsibility principle, which, as I mentioned in my response to the observations of the honourable member from Lesotho, responsibility being picked up later in the model law by provisions on enforcement, and in particular criminal enforcement and parliamentary enforcement. Sustainability in this sense, in subsection 5 of clause 11, not relating merely to, or not relating primarily to generational sustainability and ecological sustainability, but relating in particular to financial stability, because that is the particular focus. We do talk about other aspects of sustainability, equality, diversity. Those are all talked about later in the model law. But here at the public financial management principle level, it is financial stability that is the heart of sustainability. Clause 12 articulates the public financial management values, and again, those are enforceable, directly enforceable as administrative law components and duties by subsection 2 of clause 12, and leading up to that enforceable duty, clause 12 articulates the public financial management values of integrity, independence, impartiality, equity, professionalism, accountability, and responsiveness. Finally, part 2 identifies the constitutionality and contextual transposition domestication imperative to which I referred earlier, and it requires that the provisions of the model law are contextualized within the constitutional and other legislative arrangements of each state. I pause there to invite comments and observations on the explanatory notes, the preamble, part 2 and part 3.
Thank you so much, Doctor and our legal drafter. Honorable members, the legal drafter has covered the preamble, sections 1 or up to 3. He is now inviting any comments.
Parts 1 to 3. So sections 1 to 13.
Thank you. So he is now inviting comments from honorable members, interventions on the presentation as made so far. I can see a hand from behind, then in front here. For now, then the third one, from Zambia again. In that order, behind your name and the country. Behind, yes. No, behind, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And thank you very much to the presenter. I hope I am not jumping before the gun. By the way, I am from Eswatini. My name is Isaac Magagula. As I say, I hope I'm not jumping the gun before the gun. Maybe this aspect I'm particularly interested in might come later as we go through the model law draft. I was thinking and would still hope the gaps, the regulatory gaps that one came across in perusing the model law draft document. There are several of them. I may not specifically go one by one, but I hope the legal advisor, so as to pave a clear way forward, because I think the gaps informed the way I looked at it, the drafting of the model law. For instance, if I may, Mr. Moderator, there is reference in what I see as the gaps to emphasis in our various jurisdictions in SADC, only to Auditor General's reports and not other public entities. Perhaps is there some word of comfort, some word of advice? Why is this so from the research that has been made across the SADC spectrum? There is also the question of, excuse me, the disconnect between what is available and appropriated as finance in our various jurisdictions, which is in contrast with the international commitments, declarations. Mr. Presenter, any word as to how? Because we are not questioning the criteria, or shall I say, the genuinity of those declarations, but it would help so that we can strive towards reaching them. In short, Mr. Presenter, any word of comfort or just a comment on these gaps, because they seem to be the basis and anchor for the model law, part 1, 2, 3, and so forth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member from Eswatini. We'll get 3 interventions, Doctor, in a row before you come in. Now, I think this Angola. There's a member, I think, in front here. There was a hand.
Muito obrigada, senhor moderador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I do have some questions, and I have a very concerning issue. I'll raise the first question. Maybe this question should have been presented before. When I look at the English version, the translation that was made into Portuguese, sometimes it is not feasible because there are some issues that are in Portuguese that do not correspond to the Can you hear me? Can you hear? I was saying that my major concern currently has to do with the translation made from English into Portuguese, because there are some statements that are presented in the Portuguese version which do not correspond to the truth. Another concern that I do have has to do with the preamble. I do consider that notwithstanding the survey that was made of the problems that we face in SADC country states, the preamble is quite long, extensive, and maybe we can provide a better preamble, because if it is a model law, it doesn't seem that it should bring so many details in the preamble. Another issue has to do with the time when the research was conducted, from 2015 to 2018. And I do consider that in some contexts or in some of our countries, the context is not the same. The reality is not the same. So I don't know if we move to the final text, we should not conduct a new research so that we can say what is the actual reality or context of our country. Because if we talk from 2015 to 2018, does not match the current reality, because we have had the problems that we had due to COVID, the economies of our countries have been affected, and the finance of our countries were also affected. Therefore, it seemed to me that it will be ideal to conduct a new research, go through the same way we have gone through to assess the current reality. So these are my observations to the initial notes and to the preamble. Thank you very much.
Angola. We go now to this side, I think Zambia.
Thank you so much. A quick one. On part 2, clause 18, it talks about how these provisions of this act will be applied or subjected to the constitution of the different states, I believe. The question I have then is therefore, how do we ensure that there is the implementation of this in our given countries? Because many of the times that laws at the international level has been made, and yet when it comes to domesticating, which I feel that this clause has actually addressed to a greater extent, but the implementation tend to lack sometimes. So how do we ensure that this SADC model law on public finance management is actually actualized in our different states or nations? Thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. As I did mention, perhaps we can get the 3 now. You want to have the 4th one? You're itching to. Yeah, I think I'll allow that one. That's Namibia. Yeah, the 4th one, then we'll allow the legal draft.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Vipwakuye Muharukwa from Namibia. I think I will repeat what the first speaker said. When you are discussing the preamble on all these preliminary issues, you are bound to talk about things that perhaps are contained in the document that you are discussing. So do forgive me if I do that, and if I do come back later with the same issues. I just want to first and foremost maybe pose a question on the proposed article or section 12(1)(b), where it articulates the values, and then it states amongst the values independence and impartiality. What contexts are we using the word independence? Independence from who, and independence from what? Just to gauge my understanding. Coming back to the proposed section 11, and specifically 11(1), 4, and 5. Given the purpose of what we are doing, i.e. directing the legislatures of our respective countries to ensure that, I suppose at the very end, that our countries and our continent or our region have the best benefits of all our regional resources. I have the following questions. Can we really talk about responsibility as a principle without setting guidelines as to how countries should exceed their self-imposed debt ceilings? That's one. Two, when we are talking about financial stability and financial sustainability, I understand the overarching objective to be that to ensure that the future generations of each country has the benefit of the resources, that the responsibility and decisions that we take today ensures the longevity of our nations. To this, I have a question of, can we really advise or propose to nations, SADC nations, through this draft law, how to do that if we don't address potential exploitations by respective international players? I'm talking about you have your debt ceiling, but at the same time, a SADC country with another international player has a separate agreement in terms whereof money is given for specific projects, but in a form of a hidden loan, and this results in resources leaving that specific country to another country. Yet we talk of regulating illicit financial outflows, but that part perhaps we don't address. Shouldn't it be then one of the objectives of and a principle that we adopt in SADC to ensure that when we're dealing with other nations, we refrain or we avoid exploitation? Yes, maybe I should just end there.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member from Namibia. With those interventions from the 4 honorable members, Dr. Greenberg, perhaps now you can come in. Thank you so much.
So I'm enormously grateful for those observations from honourable members and distinguished delegates. In relation to the first regulatory gap identified by the honourable member for Eswatini, which related to the exclusive focus on reports of the Auditor General or the Public Accounts Committee, I respectfully concur with what he says about the importance of that not being the exclusive focus, and he will notice that a number of other different sources of audit and financial review are identified at different places in the model law. For example, and this was in relation to a specific point made about this regulatory gap at one of the consultative forums, Clause 23 now deals expressly with internal audit as a very important source of internal regulation, but it is still internal, and in terms of external reviews and audits, he will see that there are a number of specific references in the model law to external review from different sources. In relation to his reference to the disconnect in relation to international commitments, which again I respectfully concur, and indeed he will have noticed that that disconnect is expressly referred to in the preamble for the reason he gives, and he will note that there are a number of places in the draft where the international commitment, where international commitments impacts are required to be articulated and addressed, and in particular the international commitment statement in accordance with clause 68. So I respectfully concur with both of his observations in relation to regulatory gaps, and have drawn his attention and others' attention to the ways in which the model law addresses those gaps by a number of references throughout. In relation to the comments made by the Honourable Member for Angola, he will, of course, forgive me if I am not competent to pronounce on the adequacy of the Portuguese translation, and I'm sure the Secretariat will engage with him on that specific matter. In relation to the preamble, this is a matter for delegates to consider, and of course I'm in their hands. My tendency is to feel that a long preamble for a model law is actually quite important, because as I said before, remember, this preamble is not going to be incorporated in its entirety in any preamble to the implementing laws in each jurisdiction. It serves as a permanent and formal record. It serves as a permanent and formal record of the presumptions underpinning the assumptions on which the model law rests, a permanent and formal record to which, as I say, the judges may have attention before implementation as an authoritative, as a persuasive evidential document, and after implementation as evidence of the purposive legislative intent. So my feeling is that the length of the preamble is a good thing, but I hear what he says. In relation to the currency of the research, so I can assure him that the technical working group and the Secretariat have continued to update the research on which the law is based right up until now. And he will note, for example, that Part 12 in relation to cryptocurrencies rests on the most recent possible research. But I do say something to him and to others about flexibility here, because he is, of course, the honourable delegate, the honourable member for Angola is, of course, entirely correct, if I may say so, that conditions, economic conditions at which the propositions in the model law are aimed change all the time, both in foreseeable ways and, as he says, in unforeseeable ways. And flexibility is very much at the heart, therefore, of the model law. And this relates to something he said, but also to something that the honourable member from Namibia said. And we will come to, in due course, when we come to part 16, they will see that there is specific provision for regulations and guidance supplementing and developing the provisions of the model law to reflect changing circumstances. Obviously, cryptocurrencies is a good example. Yes, we've reflected the latest research and position, but it's changing week by week, month by month. Never mind year by year. So we build specific flexibility into Part 12 to enable regulations to develop and modify within the envelope of the principles, the regulatory principles established by the model law, to develop to meet new events and as the and priorities. And as the honourable member from Eswatini said, one of the things we have to do is provide the flexibility to monitor and address emerging regulatory gaps. And that is the mechanism by which the model law does that. In relation to the comments from the honourable member for Zambia, so yes, part 18 deals with the implementation and by giving implementation mechanisms, but the honourable member is, of course, entirely correct that this can only present an agenda for implementation. It cannot provide the political will for timely implementation. And the observation of the honourable member for Zambia, I would say, is met also by what I have just said about the need for regulations and guidance, which is adumbrated in the model law and will arise as an emanation of it. In relation to the comments of the honourable member from Namibia, I am particularly grateful for his question in relation to clause 12, subsection 1, paragraph B, and from the perspective of a public official as set out in subsection 2, independence is taken in this context to mean independence from the executive, and this of course draws out, and I think this is why he draws our attention to this provision. This draws out the fact that it is in public financial management that public officials very often find themselves in a subtly nuanced position compared to many other areas of the law. The auditor of a department, the Internal Audit Office, has departmental responsibilities, but she or he also has direct responsibilities to the Auditor General, to the Public Accounts Committee, to the Parliamentary oversight mechanisms, and those have to be capable of being carried out independent of the executive. And one of the functions of the Finance Secretary, by whatever name she or he is known in each jurisdiction, and one of the functions of the accounting officer in each departmental unit is to ensure that those statutory duties can be carried out with independence from the executive. He asks why we mention impartiality specifically, and the reason is this. You see, I've put it in B, it's not a separate value on its own, and the reason for that is this: it is a subset of independence, but it's a particularly important subset when we come to talk about operational independence from the executive because it relates to political impartiality, party impartiality, and it is a particular focus of independence for public officials dealing with financial management that they should exercise their functions in an impartial way, as well as in a structurally and operationally independent way. The Honourable Member for Namibia asked also about clause 11.1 and drew our attention to the responsibility principle and to the need for guidance, and I respectfully concur with that and have drawn attention already to the mechanisms by which that guidance will be given. And he asks also whether there should be a reference to exploitation and to the need to avoid exploitation in the international as well as the regional issues, structural mechanisms within the model law. And if I may say so to him respectfully, I regard that as a policy question that he has raised, and one, therefore, on which, as the drafter, I am very much in the hands of the Assembly. I would say this, if I may, I certainly think that a non-exploitation principle is capable of being articulated. Whether it is a core public financial management principle to be articulated in clause 11 is something as to which I have my own slight reservations, but as I say, I am entirely in the hands of the Assembly.
Thanks so much, our legal drafter, for the explanation given so far. Honorable members, we seem not to be doing fine in terms of time. We are at part 3. The program was envisaging that by 1 o'clock, we should have covered up to all the way up part 16. We're at part 3. So I'm not sure, should we move on?
I don't think that's actually true, Mr. Moderator. I know it sets out, I know against 11 to 13, against 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, it sets out up to 16, but that's the end. And I think that's a mistake, because if you look at later sessions, they go back and cover much of the same ground. The program takes us up to the schedules coming at the end of tomorrow, you see. So I think that's just a mistake.
Thank you. So should we move on?
It's just a mistake in the program. It's not right.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further intervention at the moment? Or we can move on? We move on? Thank you so much. Doctor, let's move on.
Yeah. So by my reckoning, the program has us covering up to part 6 before your lunch break, and if I may say so, the fault in the if we now have to cover some material fairly fast in the next quarter of an hour, the fault is not entirely mine, if I may say so, since we did start my presentation a little bit later than was marked in the program, which was made particularly frustrating for me by knowing that it was due to the fact that participants were enjoying the very excellent refreshments provided by the Secretariat, in which I'm unable to partake virtually. So there we are. I will now cover to the end of part 6, and I think we've moved away from a lot of the more discursive aspects. So I'm not terribly surprised that we've made relatively slow progress so far, and I believe we're now entering the more technical areas, which I will cover very fast because they are in front of you and they are technical matters that are familiar to you all. I will go through them quite fast and then spend the rest of this session coming up to lunch and listening to your questions and comments on them. So part 3 deals with the authorities, and it's in pretty standard form. The Finance Minister and the Finance Secretary have standard divisions of labour of a kind that you would expect. The Finance Secretary's functions are set out in considerable detail, and the reason for this, as I said before, is to combine to balance a level of technical detail and accuracy against the simplicity and principle-based approach of the model law as a whole. Inspections are dealt with in particularly carefully, partly for the reason given by the Honourable Member for Eswatini in relation to the regulatory gaps, and inspections of the public financial management process by the Finance Secretary, which can of course engage external resources where required, are one of the ways whereby that particular regulatory gap is filled. The Finance Ministry is dealt with in standard terms in clauses 18 and 19, with again the general functions adumbrated with some degree of specificity. Accounting officers, who are very much the linchpin of control within accounting units, are dealt with by clauses 21 forward. In relation to the comments of the Honourable Member for Namibia, I pause to point out that the designation or approval of accounting officers under clause 21 again accentuates this independence requirement, the independence and impartiality requirement. The designation is done by the minister, by the minister. It's done by the permanent secretary or by other officials designated by the permanent secretary in accordance with 21(2), and that designation is what protects the independence for operational purposes of the accounting officer once designated. The general functions are set out in some detail in clause 22. Internal audit, again, a key regulatory gap in relation to the question raised by the member for Eswatini, is addressed specifically in clause 23 at some length, and that was a specific request emerging from the earlier consultative forums. The role of the Accountants General, which again was not specified in the first draft of the model law and was brought in at specific request of written submissions made during the consultative process, and that is found in clause 24. Part 4 deals with public funds in a standard way. It deals with the consolidated fund. It deals with the necessary mechanisms for payments in and out. And it also deals in clauses 30 to 33 with special funds, retention accounts, trading accounts, debt serving accounts, and other special funds. Now, those are all, of course, mechanisms that can be dangerous because they can be used to undermine the banking and crediting controls of part 3 itself, part 4 itself, excuse me. And it is therefore important that we do not leave them to be developed informally and externally off the face of the model law. The model law confronts the necessity for a retention account from time to time. It deals with the importance of being able to operate a trading account for commercial purposes, and it acknowledges that special funds may be required. For example, it may be an international commitment requirement. But in each case, it prevents them from undermining the fundamental principles of control in Part 4 by bringing them within the envelope of the model law and applying the regulatory controls set out in those clauses. Part 5 deals with supply and appropriation in a standard way, and it does so in a way that concentrates on supply and appropriation. Appropriation was mentioned in the comments of one of the distinguished delegates, but she or he will forgive me. I do not remember who mentioned it expressly, but they will very kindly turn their attention to Part 5, which deals with appropriations, and of course in Clause 37, appropriation in aid as a core mechanism of efficiency without undermining budgetary control. Part 6 deals with parliamentary control. It deals with its own parliamentary engagement principle in Clause 39, which is added as a specific principle for Part 6. And this is why I said in response to the Honourable Member for Namibia, that whether or not exploitation is brought in as a specific value here, which is, as I said, very much a matter for him and respected colleagues in today's forum, it should be observed that specific principles can be brought in specific places, as the parliamentary engagement principle is in Part 6, without necessarily being added to Clause 11, although that is, of course, an option. The Auditor General is dealt with in detail at clauses 40 to 45, and as Her Excellency, Madame Secretary General, drew our attention to this morning, as she said this morning, the status of we always had a provision about the status, the independent status of the Auditor General. The status of the Auditor General and the independence of the Auditor General was highlighted by Auditors General whom we consulted, and as a result, the independence is emphasized additionally in the appointment provision in Clause 40. The status provision in Clause 41 remains, and the audit and other functions of the Auditor General are expressly required to be carried out in an independent way that reports directly accountable to Parliament, independent of government. Obviously, how that will work in each jurisdiction requires to be domesticated by reference to the arrangements for communication between Parliament and the Auditor General. However, the National Audit Office, as a component by whatever nomenclature, is recognised expressly in Clause 46. The Clause 49, to which I draw particular attention, emphasises the role of the Auditor General in certifying accounts as providing a true and fair view, taking into account all relevant economic events and applying accounting standards correctly, and includes observations on regularity. 49.3 deals with value for money reports, and there is a specific offence provided in Clause 49.5 of failing to cooperate with audits and reports in respect of an authority. And again, as I said before, the penalty clause in 6 is left open to be dealt with by contextual domestication in accordance with each jurisdiction's penal and criminal policy. Clauses 50 onwards deal with the Public Accounts Committee, including the relationship between the Public Accounts Committee and the Auditor General's reports, to which the Honourable Member for Eswatini referred earlier. The Complaints Portal, to which I adverted in my opening remarks, and the whistleblowing provisions, to which I also adverted, will be found at clauses 53 and 55. That is an overview of the parts that were set down for the second part of session 2, taking us up to the lunch break. I will now be happy to take any comments or observations on any of the provisions of those parts.
Once again, honorable members, the legal draft is ready to get comments on the presentation he has just made. That's South Africa. Yeah, the further hands so that we get them in a row. So far, no, there's only one intervention, South Africa. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I just want to get a clarity on the powers that is proposed for Minister and Secretary. I'm on the Finance Secretary. Is this Secretary equal to the Director General in our arrangement in South Africa? I think it's Director General, but I just want to get the clarity. So some of the proposal here in this draft document, e.g., which is in, let me see, where is in section D, where it says that the Finance Secretary shall prohibit a government official or other public authority from performing a specified function by reason of failure to comply with specified provision of or under this Act. I just want to check if some of the proposals here in this document are not going to be contradicting with the Constitution of the country. Because if I can see this one, I see some litigation that will follow, because they'll be arguing on the basis that they are also protected by the Constitution. I just want to check that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Namibia again. Tanzania. Thank you so much, Tanzania.
Thank you, sir. Just putting a leaf on what the previous member of parliament have just said. When we come to powers, we have noted with concern that there are excessive powers vested into the Minister of Finance, and this is likely to defeat the objective of ensuring transparency in public financial management. The powers should be reduced to the minimum. In lieu, therefore, of powers of the Parliament should be increased in order to provide more room for control and oversight functions. If the minister himself is given so much power, then it will not be easy for the Parliament to control.
Thank you, Tanzania. Any further interventions? No, so far. There is one from Zimbabwe, then another one from Angola. There'll be 4 interventions before the legal drafter comes in. Zimbabwe.
Thank you. On 55, whistleblowing, I note that there's this provision where PAC has to actually make arrangements to ensure that public authorities and other persons with information about actual possible financial mismanagement can actually declare the information. But I see in the whole presentation that there is nothing to mention about the whistleblower provision or act, so that at least those who do not have, in my case, for example, the Minister of Justice is under some kind of supervision through cabinet, that there has to be a whistleblower bill that has to come to Parliament in conjunction with APNAC, that is the Association of Public Accounts Against Corruption, and the Public Accounts Committee, so that at least we are clear as to what the provisions at SADC level model contain, and we can actually copy in our during the process of actually wanting to come up with a bill that is satisfactory to protect those who have actually reported corruption. You know that corruption actually attracts big people, and we need to protect them with the knowledge in terms of whatever the doc could have actually put in the document. So I found in the document that there is no such provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Now Angola.
Thank you very much, moderator. facilitator. I have the same question presented, I believe, by the first colleague who intervened on this particular point. It has to do with the permanent secretary. What is that equivalent to? In the organogram of our government, there is a permanent secretary, but it is a kind of, is a permanent secretary or general secretary, and it belongs in the minister's office. I'm not quite seeing what the relationship would be between the minister and such permanent secretary. Then we have secretaries of state that are just below the minister and who are answerable for some portfolios within the ministry. The other issue that I would like to present has to do with the Auditor General. We don't have in our organic structure this particular position, the Auditor General. Who validates public accounts is the fiscal court. We have the court for public accounts. At the level of this public law, how can we equate all these matters, the organogram, the organic structure of some countries? I think that the document is based largely on the Anglophone countries' organograms or organic structures. In our case, at least, the case of Angola, and I believe the colleagues from Mozambique as well, Mozambique also has an organic structure somewhat different. I don't know that how within the model law we may, in fact, somehow harmonize these different organic structures. This is the matter that I would like to put to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Angola. Should we get the fifth intervention? What country is that? Yes, DRC, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the floor. At this point in time, for the analysis of the law, the model law, I would like to suggest that to avoid redundancy in this draft law, justification on the objectives as the rationale and objectives, we can combine them for motives. This is the first suggestion. The second one, I would like to suggest that all the definitions can be put together. All the definitions which are there can be part of the same chapter, so that the draft law can be more understandable. This is what I have to suggest. Thank you.
Thanks, DRC. Perhaps we can give the floor to the legal drafter to respond. So there's Namibia again who wants to. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll get Namibia so that I think when the legal drafter responds, I think thereafter we break for lunch. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a small observation. And of course, the context of the model law is not to take away the autonomy of our respective national parliaments. But I also think in tandem with that goes the object to sort of guide. Now, the small observation that I make together with the one as put out, I think, by Angola, is that the model law, whilst trying to sort of, I don't want to use the word prescribe because it might be too strong a word, whilst it tries to usher our laws into a specific direction, it turns back on itself and gives that leeway again to avoid that which we intended to do. And there are maybe one or two clauses that I will highlight, specifically clause 21.5, the designation of an accounting officer. One of the objects as put out there is, of course, independence from political interference, in impartiality. If you look at the text of sub 21.4 and 5, it places the political head of the Ministry of Finance at the center of this specific person. And after consultation with our delegation from Namibia, you also look at 40, the appointment of the Auditor General. It does the same thing. This person is supposed to be quite independent, yet you again place the Speaker of a National Assembly at the center of that. In some instances, like in Namibia's case, that would be a regression, or it would be a regress or an advancement to the rear, because to vest that power in the hands of one person, a speaker, in consultation with the leader of official opposition, and removing that power from the whole assembly of elected members would be quite regressive. So just as a general observation, maybe we should try, and in drafting this model law, to say that this is the best practice generally, that we would want all countries to espouse or to strive towards, as opposed to saying this is the best practice, but if you want, you can also just avoid it in this fashion. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Namibia. Our legal drafter, I think there are interventions from about 6 honorable members: South Africa, Zimbabwe, Angola, Tanzania, DRC, and Namibia. Over to you, Doctor.
So in relation to the comments made by the honourable member from South Africa, I confirm her statement about the list of functions in clauses 15 to 17 in relation to, and I also confirm what she says about clause 17(2)(d), that would require constitutional consideration as part of the domestication process in each jurisdiction, and some the result will be different in each jurisdiction. In relation to the comments of the honourable member for Tanzania, she has, I think, conflated the powers of the finance minister and the finance secretary, and her point is partly answered by that. The powers to which she relates are not powers of the minister, they are powers of the financial secretary. In relation to her point about parliamentary oversight, we will see after lunch the ways in which each of the powers in those clauses is indeed expressly matched by the parliamentary control and oversight in the later parts of the model law, and I agree with precisely, if I may say so, I respectfully agree with what she says about the importance of the parliamentary control matching the powers line by line. In relation to what the honourable member for Zimbabwe said, in relation to section 55 and the possibility of more guidance in relation to protection for whistleblowers at a regulatory level, I concur respectfully with what she says. Of course, the clause presently adverts to the existence of specific whistleblowing legislation in each jurisdiction, and that is one of the difficulties of being more prescriptive. But there is a possibility that the Secretariat might consider issuing more model regulation or model guidance in relation to the whistleblowing protection, and that's a matter that I think we should take away and consider. In relation to the comments, the observations of the honourable member for Angola, yes, and if I may say so, I respectfully concur with his observations that we have, of course, had to model this in a way that reflects the practice in a number of jurisdictions, but each jurisdiction will need to standardize. And I confirm his observations, if I may say so, that the organogram that, if you like, the organogram, the theoretical organogram that underpins, in particular, parts 3 to 6, is not going to reflect the reality in his jurisdiction. However, that is why the clauses, part 3 in particular, clauses focus on functions and functionality rather than on titles, so that where the titles are not corresponding with the organogram in a particular jurisdiction, they can sit down with the model law and they can say, right, these are the functions that the model law identifies as requiring to be exercised. And as the honourable member for Tanzania said, those functions have to match the parliamentary control and oversight functions. Where do they fit on our organogram? And now how do we structure them within our legislation so that we deliver the model law content in accordance with our own organogram structure? So that's why the granularity of part 3 is aimed at functionality rather than titular responsibility. And the degree of specificity is designed precisely to facilitate that exercise at each jurisdiction's level. And if I may respectfully say to the member for Angola, if I may respectfully say to him, I don't think he should underestimate the degree of non-standardization in other jurisdictions.
Sorry, doctor. We seem to have a challenge in the French or? Okay. Okay, French interpretation, please. It's okay now? Okay. Proceed, doctor.
Well, I don't know how much of that was lost, and it's particularly important because I was addressing the remarks of the honourable member for Angola. So the translation is particularly important, and it's particularly regrettable that it failed at that point. I observed that the organogram will not match, and that it will be important to the reason why part 3 focuses on functionality is to enable that organogram reorganization to be done in each jurisdiction. And at the point in which you stopped me, I was just observing that I would respectfully comment that the honourable member for Angola should not assume that there is total standardization even among the Anglophonic members of the forum, because in fact the constitutional arrangements of each SADC member state are unique, and there will be need for contextualization, and indeed, as the honourable member for South Africa pointed out, there may be some constitutional imperatives that require to be contextualized at the implementation level. So I profoundly agree with the point that he made, and I think that it requires to be contextualized in that way. I beg your pardon, maybe it was a she made, the interpretation voice was male, but it may be that the delegate was female, and if so, she will pardon me. In relation to the comments to the she, I beg her pardon in that case, and I'm grateful for I stand corrected. And I hope she heard enough of my response to her comments to be able to record what I said. In relation to the comments from the honourable member from DRC, the objectives require to be separated because they're playing different legal functions, as I explained in relation to the purpose clause and other clauses earlier. Definitions are grouped together in the index as the index clause to which I referred earlier. Otherwise, they appear in the sections to which they relate, that being the preferred practice in accordance with readability studies carried out as part of legislative drafting practice internationally around the world in different jurisdictions. That is what readers prefer to see. They want to see the provision defined in the provision they're reading, so they don't have to flick backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards all the time. However, they find an index of definitions in one place very helpful for orientation, and that has been provided. In relation to the comments from the Honourable Member for Namibia, again, I respectfully agree with his point about the balance between standardization and leeway for contextualization, to which I indeed drew attention in my opening remarks earlier this morning. In relation to his point on 21, 4 and 5, those are, I point out, those are regulations about designation. They're not regulations about the accounting officer performance. And if I may say so, that point applies also in relation to what he said about clause 40. Let's be very clear. Clause 40 subsection 2A does not allow the speaker to approve the appointment. That's not what the speaker is there doing. It's not any part of the speaker's role at all. The speaker is approving in consultation with the leader of the House and the leader of the opposition, and complying with best international practice for the independence of auditors general, the speaker is approving the arrangements by which an independent commission will appoint the auditor general. Subject to that comment, it is of course open to any implementing jurisdiction to remove the speaker from their implementing provision in 42, and they will need to reflect, speakers differ in different places. The partiality or impartiality of the speaker as a role varies from state to state. But I don't want the discussion in relation to Namibia to proceed on the assumption that the speaker is appointing, because that is not what the clause provides. But subject to that, I very much agree with what the honourable member said, and I have now addressed the comments made.
The hand of applause, honourable members. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's now time for us to break for lunch. Lunch will be served from the restaurant where we got our breakfast this morning, floor number 13. And if I look at my time, it's 1:17. We are supposed to come back here at 2, but broke at 1. Should we still maintain 2? 2:30. That's the general consensus. So we break for lunch now. We come back at 2:30. The House is suspended for lunch break. Thank you, honorable members.
Hello, good afternoon.
How are you, Dr. Greenberg?
I'm good. How are you?
It's going well. It's going well. Obviously, we have not all familiarized and synthesized.
Yeah.
Our thinking across the whole document.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I expected things like that to come up. The issues of the separation of power. The issues of
yeah. No, that's good.
It's a swing.
Yeah, no, that's good.
This way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
And
good.
the drafting issues, just don't let them get into the drafting issue.
Yeah, yeah.
They can make their comments.
Yeah, well,
Consider that later.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
each jurisdiction will be different in terms of how they find
That's
the
right.
preamble useful or not.
That's right. I've sort of said that. I've said that. And are my responses going down okay, so far as you can see?
I'm happy with that because some of them are just testing the understanding.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, we can't really deal with each jurisdiction like you say.
I know.
And that is what I tried to say in the morning, but it will always come back.
I know.
You may find that there are domestic issues that are permeating into this process, which there's nothing you can do about.
Yeah. No, that's inevitable.
So,
That's inevitable. But so far as you can tell, Secretary General, my responses are being received okay by people.
They are.
Okay.
They are.
Look, on timing.
I also like the
the after lunch session. We will proceed from where we stopped. Let me hand over to the legal drafter, Dr. Greenberg, to take us through. Over to you, Doctor.
Good afternoon. So, according to the plan for today's sessions, we should be covering this afternoon parts 7, 8, and 9 of the draft model law. We covered parts 1 to 6 this morning. Part 7 is the core provision on parliamentary control and oversight, and picks up important points about parliamentary control raised by the honourable member from Tanzania before lunch. Hello?
We can hear you, Dr. Greenberg, but there's a feedback. I'm sure they're trying to deal with that.
Doctor, would you try again? Just try.
Yes.
Yes, proceed, please.
Okay, can you hear me properly now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So before lunch, we covered parts 1 to 6. According to the timetable, we are now due to cover this afternoon parts 7 to 9. Part 7 deals with the national budget, and it is the essence of the parliamentary control that was identified by the honourable member from Tanzania before lunch as being required to ensure that it is Parliament who has the control and initiative in relation to public financial management, whereas, of course, the executive has the political initiative in relation to expenditure, but subject to the parliamentary control processes. Part 7 introduces the national budget, and in clause 56, it articulates the purpose of the budget process as entrenching transparency and accountability within the public finance management system, providing clear information for Parliament and the public about public expenditure, and enabling Parliament to provide effective control in the way that was discussed by the honourable member from Tanzania before lunch. Clause 57 requires the arrangements for parliamentary control to include specific opportunities to approve or object to individual budgetary proposals. And this was discussed in a consultative forum and was inserted as the result of a particular request in relation to a particular jurisdiction, that the budgetary control should not simply be on an overarching basis, because that makes it very difficult for people who object to a particular item of expenditure to object effectively. Parliamentary control needs, therefore, in accordance with clause 57.1, to extend to specific items. Article 58, clause 58, matches the provisions about appropriation that we saw earlier on and requires Parliament to appropriate the money for the requirements of the state in accordance with standing orders of Parliament. Clause 59, environment. Now, environment is very contentious, of course, because in many jurisdictions, environment is used as a way of undermining the budgetary control process. And uncontrolled environment is the source of, potential source of financial chaos. But it is equally important to acknowledge that environment is a necessity. An element of environment between heads of expenditure can reflect developing cross-fertilization of policy delivery between heads as the year develops, and it avoids the need for what can be an extensive delay in the form of a supplemental or amending budget. So the model law takes the view that environment is a necessity, but it requires to be acknowledged and controlled. Like with retention funds and special funds that we saw earlier, simply banning them doesn't work. Simply prohibiting environment altogether is unrealistic, but simply permitting uncontrolled environment is to countenance the undermining of the budgetary controls in Part 7. And therefore, Clause 59 affects a compromise position whereby environment is acknowledged but is controlled in accordance with a specific regime. Clauses 60 and onwards adumbrate the process for the budget, including the core features of accessibility and engagement. Clause 60 begins requiring the budget to be tabled in the ordinary way and requiring the arrangements to be made through subordinate legislation for ensuring that the budget gives a true and fair view of expected government expenditure. Clause 61 deals with the annual budget estimates, which, and again, I say with particular respect to the honourable member from Angola, and I say to her that this is another respect in which the functionality of the bill will require contextualization in each jurisdiction. Debates on the estimates are a common form of parliamentary structuring the parliamentary control, but they're not universal, and it may well be that Angola, Mozambique, and other jurisdictions do not center their parliamentary control around debates on the estimates as such, but nevertheless what matters is the principle, the functionality of the parliamentary control, and that can be given expression at contextualization, the domestication process, in accordance with the parliamentary system of each jurisdiction. Similarly, Clause 62 lays down some minimal requirements in relation to the budget debates, again to ensure that this does not become a rubber stamping exercise, but rather it is a penetrating analysis and an opportunity for real parliamentary oversight and control. Clause 63 deals with the consultation process of the budget as part of the engagement, citizenry engagement principle. Clauses 64 onwards identify a set of documents that are required to be laid with the budget. And these are very important because these are the opportunity to have formal control identified and oversight in relation to specific policy areas of public financial management where it is thought the technical working group and others, consultees, have thought that these are particularly important aspects to focus on at the time of the budget and to ensure that we publish material that enhances transparency and accountability in relation to these matters. Clause 64 begins the list with a very simple requirement for departmental objectives. Again, to contextualize against each accounting officer's objectives for the department, the expenditure detailed outlined projection in by way of projection in the estimate. In this respect, I remind the Assembly that the requirement is for public officials and public authorities to apply the public financial management principles under Clause 11 in performing this function, and that includes transparency, accountability, and participation. Clause 65 requires a statement of fiscal sustainability to be tabled alongside the budget. It's required to be made by the minister, and it is required to set out the strategy for fiscal sustainability and to specify the measurable sustainability objectives. I mentioned before lunch that fiscal sustainability is simply one aspect of sustainability. The broader aspect is addressed by Clause 66, which requires a sustainable development statement to accompany the budget. And that has to relate, and this goes back to something that was said by the honourable member for Eswatini before lunch. In accordance with what the honourable member from Eswatini said, particular attention should be drawn to Clause 66, subsection 2A, which identifies regional and international instruments in respect of commitments and obligations, as well as other applicable regional norms and standards. Clause 67 requires an illicit financial flow statement to be tabled, and this reflects what was said by the honourable member from South Africa earlier in the day. Clause 68 requires an international commitment statement, again, so that publicly the full extent of international commitments can be identified at the time of ratifying the budget. I mentioned that equality and diversity are given specific focus in the bill, and that is found in section 69, clause 69, which requires an equality and diversity statement to feature alongside the annual budget. And I think that's particularly important as an issue of citizenry engagement, and resonates with comments that were made by the honourable member from Zambia earlier in the day about lay accessibility of the budget process. Equality and diversity are issues of particular importance to the third sector and to citizens in general, and the annual budget will focus attention on the economic aspects of the equality and diversity policy. Clause 70 requires a past year and future year implication statement so that the coherence of the strategy for public financial management year on year can be adjudged looking backwards and looking forwards, so that the budget isn't just a snapshot, it is part of a coherent policy. In the same way, clause 71 requires a multi-year budget projection, as is regarded as good, sound economic practice internationally. Finally, clause 72 requires a public debt statement, to which we will return when we look at part 8 on government borrowing. And those are the statements required to be tabled with the budget. Clause 73 then deals with the possibility of national adjustment budgets. Again, they are potentially a mechanism for undermining control, but they are essential. As was pointed out by one of the honourable members speaking earlier today, we have to be capable of meeting emergencies and contingencies, COVID-19 being an obvious example, but they come in other shapes and sizes too. And therefore, the possibility of an adjustment budget needs to be identified and controlled, which is the business of clause 73. Clause 74 requires the in-year tracking through budget reports. Again, bowing to the inevitable contingency, clause 75 deals with the situation where there is a delayed budget. It can happen for all sorts of reasons, and it needs to be controlled. And it needs to be controlled in particular in accordance with the standing orders of Parliament as provided for by clause 75(2). Clause 76 deals with expenditure on a pre-budget basis in a situation where the budget has not been passed before the beginning of the financial year. Again, a contingency for which provision needs to be made, however undesirable it is in practice. Same for withholding arrangements under clause 77, and the same for clause 78. If unauthorized expenditure does occur, then it is important that there is a way of bringing it back into the budgetary accountability process, and that is the purpose of clause 78. Given that we only have 3 parts to deal with this afternoon, perhaps it makes sense for me to pause there and invite comments on part 7.
Thank you once again, Doctor. For the presentation. Honorable members, I can see a hand already here. Zimbabwe. Yes. Is there any another hand? Yeah, I think Mozambique, Lesotho. Sorry, Zimbabwe. That's Mozambique. Zimbabwe, Lesotho. No, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Lesotho, Botswana, Tanzania, Seychelles, then Angola, in that order. No, Seychelles, no? Yes, Mozambique, I mentioned. Mozambique, I mentioned. There's a letter here. Here. Oh, that's Seychelles. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So it's Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Botswana, Tanzania, Seychelles, then Angola, in that order. We start with Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you again to the doctor for getting us through this section. I want to draw his attention to clause 59, where he talked about verimenting. I know, and he did allude to the fact that it's a necessary evil. And now that we can't balance the evilness of verimenting and the good parts of verimenting, my question is, why can't we then come up with a new process which is foolproof that will help in our budget process? I thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Now, Lesotho.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Honorable Tapang Mosena from the Kingdom of Lesotho. I have a few comments on the areas that have been presented. The first one is also on the environments 59.4a, where there's a limit for environments not exceeding 30%. I just wanted to appreciate the wisdom of putting the 30%. That's the first one. The second one, on 64, it says the minister shall, before the beginning of each financial year, table before Parliament a statement setting out the proposed timetable for the budget process in respect of that year. Now, there's been a concern regarding the inclusivity of members of Parliament in the preparation of the budget, of the budget. And I did realize that in the document, there is a provision that there will be some consultations. In 63.2, it actually says the guidance may make provision about interaction between members of Parliament and their constituents. Now, I'm just wondering if we really want to put the word may, or we want to put the word shall, or any word that can accommodate the need to include the members of Parliament in the budget planning process. I'm just marrying the two sections because they are talking in a way to the same issue. So that's the second one. The third one, it goes to clause 61 on estimates. It clearly identifies the areas which will be considered for the estimates, and I'm wondering where the issue of the state-owned enterprises would come in. I know in Lesotho, for example, we have a situation where we don't necessarily budget or force the SOEs to have the budget issues presented to Parliament. They sort of become a wing of ministries, and it's not necessarily mandatory for them to make presentations on the way they use the funds, etc. Yet they are an arm of government. So I don't know whether this should be a concern, and if we would share it as a region, that maybe we want to include or extend the arm of oversight insofar as budgeting is concerned, so that we get detailed from a deeper purpose. And then I move very quickly to 66, where it talks specifically to SDGs, which is perfectly in order. But I'm just wondering if we don't also want to include or actually align ourselves also with Agenda 2063, it being an African vision. Yes, the SDGs are international. I know as we move down there, it says other international commitments and projects. But my feeling is maybe we are not giving due diligence to the Agenda 2063. In fact, we rarely talk about it. We rarely discuss it in any of our platforms. And maybe this is an opportune place for us to give it the importance, the weight that it deserves, if we actually link it to our public financial management and actually align the finances around it. If we're able to do that with the SDGs, certainly we should be able to do that with the Agenda 2063, give it the weight that it deserves, it being our own from Africa. And last but not least, on 67, illicit financial flows, it says 67.3, the statement shall include an assessment of progress in preventing illicit financial flows and proposal for action to be taken. Maybe it's taken for granted that that statement will also include the status quo on the illicit financial flows, because here it's sort of directing us to the prevention and the proposal for action, but it's not telling us what is the situation at hand, which I think it's something very important to discuss, because there would be cases that the minister may present to Parliament on illicit financial flows to make the nation aware of the situation. So maybe the current situation or the status quo, it's taken by default that it would be part of the statement that is presented by the minister. And finally, on the equality and diversity, that's a very good aspect to consider when we are drafting our public financial issues. I'm just wondering whether I missed it. The issue of gender budgeting, I don't know how or where we will incorporate it within the public financial management, but it's something very key that we don't necessarily have a way of pinpointing how to do it. And maybe this could be a guidance of the areas or the issues to consider when we talk of gender budgeting. And it's something that's very key, at least I know to the Women's Caucus. It's something that we would want to be reflected and guide us accordingly in our different member states. I submit. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lesotho. Next is Botswana. Let's not forget to mention our names, then the country where we're coming from. Botswana,
thank you. I guess the countries covered, Botswana. My name's Adumelang Staleshando. Just a few questions. Given the enormity of the issues around illicit flow of funds, drawing from the presentation earlier today, do you think this document sufficiently addresses the issue at paragraph 67? I get a sense that rather clause 67 does not reflect the enormity of the issue at hand. It's as if it's a casual side issue. The second point, from my experience in Botswana, the most difficult part for members of parliament, even when there is consensus amongst those who do not form the front bench, it's always very difficult to effect some changes to any budget, which invariably reduces parliament to a rubber stamp. Even with the greatest of support across parties in parliament, when those are in the backbench, calls, for example, to reduce military expenditure in favor of education, sometimes can dominate debates, but when it gets to crunch time, what are the processes for amending the budget? The processes are such that it's almost impossible. And then you basically, the Minister of Finance just needs to say, point taken, will be looked into when you get to the future years. And then the last point, I don't know how familiar you are with the open budget initiative or open budget survey, where if it's a credible initiative, most countries within SADC don't rank favorably when it comes to issues of transparency around the budget. What is your experience with the open budget survey? Is it a credible source to rely on? And what then would that be, what would that imply on Parliament's ability to provide oversight for the executive to subject itself to a very transparent process in coming up with the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Botswana. Now next is Tanzania. Your name?
Thank you very much. My name is Zedi from Tanzania. I'll go straight on proposed clause 57.1, that is regarding public consultation and involvement during the budget process. We all agree, as it has been mentioned earlier, that the importance of public consultation and involvement of the public in the budget process. Therefore, in this clause, then if we agree that involvement and consultation is very important, then we are in the opinion that you cannot say the minister may give guidance on public consultation or involvement. We are in the opinion that may should be replaced by shall, because may gives the room, he may do or he may not, but we are saying involvement in consultation is very important. Then it should be shall, the minister shall. Then on 72, proposed clause 72, subsection 2, that is regarding the classification of public debts. We are in the opinion that the power that is vested to the minister alone to do this classification is not proper. Then we say due to the sensitivity of this task, we are in the opinion that
the minister should classify public debt in consultation with the Public Accounts Committee, not him alone. That's what we are proposing. Thanks so much, Tanzania. Next is Seychelles. Your name?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Honorable Regina Spawo, Member of Parliament from Seychelles and Chairperson of RWPC. My query, Mr. Moderator, this morning the legal draftsperson talked about obstacle in resource management in relation to illicit financial flow, which the three main components will be prevention, financial investigation, and asset recovery, which I assume is the most difficult one. In view that this finance activity may have involved from illegal activities, tax evasion, profit shifting, drug trafficking, you name it, to name a few. How would this document help us as Member of Parliament to overcome these obstacles, especially in the recovery process? Secondly, the legal draftsperson talked about uncontrolled vermin in government budget. One weakness that we as Member of Parliament have when it comes to our role, oversight and control role, is that sometimes in our own Parliament, we've got like the standing order that prohibits us from increasing the government budget. You can reduce, you can agree with what is proposed, but the standing order always prevents us from increasing the budget. As an MP, sometimes you face situation in your constituent, like let's say you have a project, and if the government has budget, this project is 7 million. And for example, the government has only project 3 million for that project. And you know with 3 million, you won't complete the project. But yet still, the standing order would not permit us to increase the budget to the 7 million so that we can have the project in our community for our constituent. So from the budget perspective, how would we go around with this law? Thank you.
Thank you. The doctor, I think, is listening attentively. He will respond. The last intervention on this row is Angola. Angola, your name, then you proceed, please.
Muito obrigada. Eu chamo...
Thank you very much. My name is Ruth Mendes and I am from Angola. I would like to thank you for giving me the floor once again. I'm considering that part number 7 is the finest area of our model law. And in fact, there are some issues that need to be clarified. The first has to do with the question of the transfers. I'm talking about 59. When we talk about transfers, it seems to me that it has to be clarified because what the test reads has a concept or a definition different from what we normally consider budget transfers. I'm talking about social transfers, which in principle are passed on for sectors that have less resources, for people who have more vulnerabilities. For example, currently we have a program where we transfer money for people who are considered to be in abject poverty. This is an issue I would like to know whether There is a difference between what I'm questioning or what happens in Angola and what is here in the budget. The other issue has to do with public consultations. We started conducting public consultations during the budgeting process, but it is a very insignificant consultation, but it is already providing the low fruits because there are issues that are posed by the civil society who are then integrated in the budget to sort problems in the communities. We're talking about the participatory budget, but the proposal in the model law brings that, and would like this to be well emphasized because this is a problem that we face in our constituencies. The other one has to do with item 65 in regard to sustainable fiscal policy. What concerns me is that we're talking about a sustainable fiscal policy in the scope of our jurisdiction where salaries are very low. But when it comes to apply taxes, sometimes this is not taken into consideration and it reduces the affordability. So it seems to me that the model law can impose a limitation. I don't think this will take out the sovereignty of our states, but to establish a ceiling on how they should apply the taxes. And the last issue has to do with item 67, illicit financial flows. I do believe that, in fact, this is a reality, and due to that, in the last plenary meeting, we approved the law of public ownership because we need to recover assets that were acquired illegally. So I would like the model law to establish a limitation to avoid that public managers use public resources as if they are theirs. This is something that happens in our jurisdictions, and Angola is not an exception. So I would like to see this reflected in this model law so that we can have the outcomes intended with the model law. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, honorable member from Angola. We have interventions from 6 honorable members. You want to add the 7th one? Okay, perhaps may I know if there are many more other hands, because wanted if we get them.
Yeah.
How many other hands? 2 only. 3. Maybe we can get another row after the doctor has responded, maybe, because otherwise we may end up overloading.
Yes, thank you. I'm from Zimbabwe. Well, I appreciate section 69 on the equality and diversity, because I understand that the intention is also to achieve and cover the gaps in terms of budgetary allocation where disadvantaged groups may not be catered for. But I worry on para 7, where there is mentioned that before making equality and diversity statements, the minister may consult persons with any interest inequality and diversity. I worry that that is the role of Parliament and parliamentary portfolio committees, not actually the minister, but it's vice versa, where the minister then has to be fed with information from parliamentary committees, because that is precisely the role of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps we can now allow the legal drafter to take on the intervention that the members have raised so far. Then we see how we progress. Over to you, Doctor.
So the honourable member from Zimbabwe mentioned on clause 59 the necessary evil of environment and suggested that there should be a new process. Well, it isn't the process or the nomenclature or the process itself that is the problem. As he said, with which I respectfully agree, the problem is its lack of control. And the purpose of clause 59 is to bring environment within the envelope of financial management control. I mean, I think we all have to understand this is something I want to say to the honourable member from Zimbabwe, and I also want to say it in relation to some of the other comments made, the honourable member from Seychelles and others. What the financial management model law cannot do is prevent abuse. The model law can provide a structure that facilitates good practice. But at the end of the day, if a government is determined to use its parliamentary strength to override or abuse the processes of parliamentary control, that is not something the model law can stop. The model law can ensure that we have proper processes in place to entrench transparency and accountability so far as possible. We can't go further than that. Environment is a very good example. You need it. We need an ability to be flexible. I'll come back to the point about in a moment in responding to the points made by the member from Lesotho. I will come back to a point on flexibility, but we need it as a principle, but we need to control it. And that is the purpose of clause 59. Indeed, let me come from that straight to the first of the points made by the honourable member from Lesotho, because she said, rightly, if I may say so, she said that the overall envelope of environment control is important, but she asked about the specific percentage in clause 59 subsection 4A. And she said, well, why do we have a percentage at all? And the reason is, it goes exactly to the point made by the member from Zimbabwe. What it says in 59 4A is this. It says, okay, we permit the idea of environment, but we're going to impose a threshold above which you need an adjustment budget. It focuses minds. It said, we're not stopping you from varying 70%, 90%, whatever you like. But we're saying that in terms of process, an informal environment is by its nature relatively informal, can only go up to 30%. Once you've gone beyond that, fine, carry on adjusting, but it needs to be an adjustment budget. So I think that's a very important part of the answer, both to her, but also to the member from Zimbabwe, that this is controlling the necessary evil by placing a cap on it, above which you can still have financial flexibility, but you have to come back and submit to parliamentary control through an adjustment budget. the honourable member from Lesotho raised the question on clause 60, subsection 4 of the consultation timetable. This was required particularly by one of the consultees, and she asked whether it would include the consultation for members, and I say yes, it would. Clause 63.2, she asked about changing may to must in relation to the allocation planning under clause, in relation to the guidance about interaction between members and constituents. If I may say so to her, to the honourable member from Lesotho, that sounds to me like an excellent idea, and unless I hear particular objections from any other honourable members, I will make that change in the way that she suggests. She asked about state enterprises on clause 61, and the answer to that is I completely agree with her respectfully that that will need variation and application, and that is the purpose of Schedule 3 on state-owned enterprises, which we will come to tomorrow. And that will deal with her, and that will answer her point on those when we come to that schedule. She asked about clause 66 and mentioning specifically the Agenda 2063. It is, of course, mentioned expressly in clause 66 to a little Roman 2. She asked about clause 67.3, dealing with the statement on illicit financial flows, and she asked, is it implicit that the statement will include a status quo analysis? I had thought it was, but I say to her with great respect that if she thinks it would be preferable to add it in as a component of 67.3, then again, unless I hear any objections from other honourable members, I think that's something we can definitely do. She asked about gender budgeting in relation to clause 69, and my response to her on that is that yes, of course it could be included. There is the flexibility, and also, yes, the guidance that emanates in due course could address gender budgeting specifically. The honourable member from Botswana asked about whether enough is said about illicit financial flows, and he called my presentation on clause 67 a casual side issue, which I do not agree with, and I don't think that's a fair comment, if I may say so. Clause 67 provides for an express budget accompanying statement on illicit financial flows. I took the Assembly earlier today through other references to illicit financial flows in this document, and I think to say that I'm treating it casually is frankly not fair. But I say something more to him on this. This is only a law about public financial management. Illicit financial flows is about criminality. It's about corruption. It's about money laundering. It's about transnational cash boundary transactions. A lot of this is not anything that the Public Financial Management Act can do anything about. Maybe we should have other model laws. Maybe SADC Parliamentary Forum should have other model laws dealing with aspects of the criminality in relation to illicit financial flows. But the main bulk of law in relation to illicit financial flow has to be in the criminal law, in the criminal code. That's where it belongs. We are giving it here significant prominence in relation to transparency and accountability, and the suggestion that this is merely casual when out of 7 budget accompanying documents, one is entirely required to address illicit financial flows is rebutted. The honourable member from Botswana talked about the importance of, he also talked about the importance of Parliament not being a rubber stamp, and I respectfully agree with him in relation to that comment, and I respectfully direct him to clause 57 1A to C, which are designed in response to a specific parliamentary consultee at an earlier stage. They're designed to ensure that it doesn't rubber stamp, because you have to allow people to address specific issues in the way that he described. The honourable member from Tanzania made 2 points. He was using an old version of the text, which made it difficult for me to follow his observations, but I believe I have, because his clause numbers didn't reflect the present clause numbers, but I believe I have tracked his first comment into 63.1 on public consultation, and he suggests changing may to must. If I may say respectfully to him, I think that's a very good idea, and unless any other member objects, I will make that change. His comment about public debt, I think, because it's difficult because, as I say, he's using an old version, but I think it was relating to a provision in Part 8, and therefore I have not yet addressed it, and I will come to it later on this afternoon. The honourable member from Seychelles dwelt upon illicit financial flow asset recovery and said, how is the public financial management model law going to help with that? It isn't. Again, that's not what it's about. This is not about criminal powers to seize property. You will find those in the criminal law. But what it can do and it must do is track progress on illicit financial flows, and that I have explained how it is to be done. She mentioned in relation to violence, she mentioned the difficulty of increasing budget allocations in accordance with the Seychelles standing orders that prevent an increase, although they permit other kinds of amendments. And I think, if I may say so, by her comment, she's very helpfully illustrating the limitations of what a model financial law can do if the standing orders of a particular parliament prevent an increase. Then the model law can only encourage the relevant parliamentary authorities to consider whether that is an appropriate way of permitting full engagement. And she discussed in her comments how this standing order limits public engagement in the budget, and I respectfully concur with the comments that she made about that. The honourable member from Angola talked about social transfers in connection with clause 59, and I respectfully concur with her comments and say that in that situation that she describes, social transfer would not be dealt with by environment. It would be dealt with by being built into the budget as a flexibility of transfer for the stated social transfer purposes. She asked about the consultation process and mentioned that in some jurisdictions it is presently relatively insignificant, and I concur that one of the effects of the model law in its present form should be to strengthen that in the way that we have discussed. She raised a point on clause 65, and she raised a point in relation to ceilings on and public salaries, and my answer is I agree with her that would not be dealt with simply by the statement itself. That would have to be dealt with in other ways. She also raised the question about recovery of assets taken into public ownership in relation to illicit financial flows, and I repeat to her what I said respectfully to the honourable member from the Seychelles, and that is not within the purview of the public financial management law. However, she also talked about illicit financial flows in the form of misappropriation of public funds by officials. And I say to her there that, of course, Part 12, the offences would directly help in that respect. So perhaps when I say the public financial management can't do anything about the substance of criminality in relation to illicit financial flows, perhaps I should say, well, it does do something it deals with those directly, the substance of those parts of illicit financial flow that relate to financial misconduct by public officials. Beyond that, it requires the wider criminal law. The honourable member from Zimbabwe raised an issue on clause 69, and she observed that in the Zimbabwe context, the consultation in clause 7 would be carried out by Parliament, and I agree with that. I remind her that clause subsection 7 is an additional power for the Minister to consult. It is not intended as a substitute for the parliamentary consultation to which she referred. I believe I have addressed all the comments made.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the responses. Should we get more interventions on this one before we proceed? Okay, I can see two hands. That is Zambia. Yes, yeah. Zambia, what? Second bite, Zimbabwe.
Thank you so much.
Another Zambia. So 3 hands, 2 Zambia, 1 Zimbabwe. Okay. Then the fourth one is, I can't see. Is that DRC? Eswatini, yeah, okay. So 4 hands, 2 Zambia, Zimbabwe, and the Eswatini, in that order.
Thank you so much.
Your name?
My name is Kalalwe Mkosa, Member of Parliament from Zambia.
Thank you.
I would like to draw your attention to clause 76(4), which is under the section for pre-budgeting expenditure. So when we read here, it says, that is on A4A, drawings under this subsection 2, during the first 4 months of the financial year, may not exceed 45% of the total amount appropriated in the previous annual budget. So I wanted to find out the factors that were considered to arrive at this percentage of 45%. The reason why I've asked is because if we keep this, 45% is relatively high compared to, the war annual budgets. So if we keep this percentage high, we may risk encouraging the executive to take long in preparing the budget for the financial year, because they know that they have not reached 45%, which has been limited. So they can take as long as they want. So you can enlighten me on that section. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We go to Zimbabwe for a second bite, then thereafter Zambia again. Zimbabwe, your name?
Thank you very much. My name is Daut Ndiweni from Zimbabwe. My second bite, Honorable Moderator, is on section 63. I want to give an example of my country, Zimbabwe. We have tried it and we found it effective. And I think if it could be incorporated onto the model laws on section 6, is it clause 63 on consultation, that there is need for post-budget consultation. We have done it for the past 2 years and you find it gives satisfaction to the populace when you go back to say, you requested for this at the budget and this came out, and it works so well. So I'm wondering if it could be incorporated on section 63. I thank you.
Thank you. We go to Zambia's second member, and finally it will be Swatini. Zambia.
Thank you, Zambia again.
Your name?
Oh, my name is Princess Kasune for Zambia. coming back again. First of all, I just want to adopt the comments that were made by the member from Lesotho as mine, and then also to ask the drafter to really show us where the agenda 2063 is, because where he noted at, is it 66? It's not there. The SDGs are well articulated, and our hope is that the agenda 2063 being ours as the Africans could be incorporated. And then my own question was maybe around clause 76, and it could be also in other clauses below. Is there a place, or could the SADC model law on public financial management also help us in trying to either expedite or encourage parliaments such as Zambia, to use as an example, to go from a budget approving parliament to a budget making process? This is some of the reforms we are hoping, and we have gotten some lessons from Kenya and Uganda, and I wonder to what extent does this model law recognize that some of the parliaments are more of a budget approving parliament versus budget making parliaments? Thank you.
Thank you. Then we finally go to Eswatini before we ask the doctor to respond. Eswatini, please, your name?
Thank you, Director of Proceedings. I have a concern. In some instances, you find that certain corruption issues regarding financial management, they are dealt with at PAC level.
Perhaps if you could raise a little bit of your voice.
I'm actually saying
closer to the
I want to check with our legal person that in some instances you find that some financial matters are still dealt with at PAC level, and are being and at some point they are taken to the anti-corruption perhaps commission. How can he advise on that one? Because you find that the anti-corruption commission in some instances is not that active enough, yet the PAC was also dealing with the same matter, and it ends up not being dealt with at all, yet it is one of those matters perhaps that Parliament would want to understand if they're actually getting the results of such matters. And another one was section 81 here on the document where it speaks to data management committees. I don't know whether we already there, because I have a document which seems to be having different sections, but nonetheless, I was actually looking at the data management committees. I'm trying to understand the composition of such, and that is section 81. And subsection C says that committee would always advise government. And I was thinking it is a committee that would have a certain authority other than advising, because advice for me doesn't have that much of a deterrent. Because in most cases, you find that government is aware that the borrowing is actually going beyond the threshold. So is that advising government has any deterrent? Because to me, it seems like too soft a word to do the job that the committee would be required to do. I don't know what the response could be in as far as that aspect is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us allow the legal drafter to respond to the interventions led by the former honorable members. Over to you, Doctor.
in relation to the point made by the first honourable member from Zambia, I very much take the point that he makes. He asked to know the thinking behind the 45% 4-month threshold, and it's based on this in accordance with the analyses undertaken by the technical working group and others. It works like this. Because of the front loading of expenditure at the beginning of the financial year, it's thought impracticable to try and impose a month-by-month control for pre-budget expenditure. However, so you take a 4-month chunk, and 45% obviously broadly equates to 4 months expenditure with a front load uplift. His point is a very important point, if I may say so, that means the government can say, right, we get almost all our budget, so we're not too bothered. And that's why from paragraph B, subsection 4B, says once you get past the front lift, the front loaded 4-month period, we then impose a month-by-month control at an additional 10%. It's not fantastic. He's absolutely right. You know, again, there is potential for abuse there, and this, of course, is only a backstop. There's nothing to stop a parliament from imposing tighter controls itself. The Public Accounts Committee seeking to impose tighter controls and use its power to attempt to compel the government to limit its pre-budget expenditure. But as I said, at the end of the day, you can't prevent abuse where you have an abusive government with a strong majority. But that, he wants to know the thinking behind the 45%, and I believe I have now exposed that to him. The honourable member from Zimbabwe raised the point in relation to clause 63 about post-budget consultation, and if I may say so, that does indeed sound a particularly important kind of check and balance and safeguard, and the language of section 63(1) of course permits that, and that I'm sure he will find ways to encourage colleagues in other countries to take up the same approach. The honourable member from Zambia spoke again about the reference to in clause 66(1) to Africa 2063, and I suspect that therefore, from the nature of her remark, I suspect that I owe an apology to the member who spoke before. I'm just trying to see who it was. It was the honourable member from Lesotho, and I simply pointed her to 6622. But from the nature of the remarks of the member from Zambia, I think it seems clear that the version that you have in front of you does not include this specific reference to the African Union, Agenda 2063. The reason for that is that I put it in after one of the late forums just very recently. So can I apologize for having assumed that you could see it? Clearly you can't. And can I assure you that the next version that you see does contain a specific reference to the African Union's Agenda 2063 in the clause 66(2), alongside the SADC Vision 2050, the African Union's Agenda 2063, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, in that order for the reason that she gave. She mentions, in relation to clause 76, the importance of this being a process for making the budget, not just approving it, and I respectfully concur, and as she says, some of the processes in Part 7 are designed to ensure that that happens with greater parliamentary engagement and involvement. The Honourable Member for Eswatini asked about the overlap between the PAC and the Commission, the Anti-Corruption Commission, and again, that's not something that the bill itself can deal with because it's a substantive matter in relation to the Anti-Corruption Commission. It's something that I think could be dealt with off the face of the bill through a memorandum of understanding that the PAC can then publish about the parameters of interaction between the Anti-Commission Corruption and the PAC. He raised a point on Clause 81, which we will get to when we come to Part 8 next.
Thank you, Doctor. Is this the Doctor? The members are saying there is one question which has not been attended to. Clause number 60. He commented. Okay. So okay, it's done. It's done. So then further intervention, or we move on in the interest of time. Should we move on? Thank you, Doctor. Let's move on. You have an intervention now, or we move on now? Oh, we move on. So, Honorable, you may come. I think after he has made some you can as well come. I think the doctor will be able to tackle, even though we have already passed. So let's move on. Then you come in on any other clause that you may have thereafter. Doctor, let's move on.
Part 8 deals with government borrowing. The first clause deals with the classification of public debt, and the question has already been raised by the member from Tanzania. The question was raised about the classification, the involvement of the minister in the classification of debt, and the regulations are under 79.2. The regulations do allow the minister to provide for specific matters to be treated as public debt or not public debt, but that is within the envelope of clause 79.1. That a reference to public debt is a reference to financial liabilities, including borrowing and actual and potential financial liabilities. And I've put in guarantees at the specific request of one of the consultees earlier in the process. The concept of a guarantee is broadened in clause 88 so as to include indemnities and similar arrangements. Clause 80 deals with the debt management strategy and requires it to be laid before Parliament alongside as one of the budget documents. The honourable member from Eswatini, who just spoke, raised a question about it being only an advisory committee. It is only an advisory committee, although of course its functions do include monitoring and overseeing under subsection 2A and B, and it will be for the Public Accounts Committee or another authoritative body to exercise these substantive functions. These committees are purely unofficial committees, but they have some advantages for that reason, and they can advise, although as he says the control is left to the parliamentary bodies. Parliament is accountable, informal advisory committees are not accountable. That's the reason for that. Clause 82 deals with the authority to borrow. Clause 83 deals with the formalities of the borrowing arrangements. Clauses 84 and 85 and 86 deal with the breadth of the procedure for government securities, including agents and registers, and require the Finance Secretary to maintain a register of securities in the interests of transparency, including details of the holders of the stock. On lending is a specific issue, of course, that has the potential to undermine the controls of government borrowing, and is therefore referred to expressly in 87, guarantees and indemnities I've mentioned. 89, clause 89 requires a degree of transparency in relation to public debt outside the budget process as well as inside it, and requires statements of public debt to be issued containing the details set out in the clause, and those are required to be laid before Parliament. Similarly, clause 90 requires the maintenance of a debt schedule setting out the status quo on public debt, and that schedule has to be appended to the public debt statement required as a budget document. Ceiling limits are dealt with in clauses 91 onwards. Again, these are not the ceiling limits are not substantive limitations on borrowing. They don't stop the state from borrowing whatever it likes. What they do is they trigger an enhanced scrutiny when the ceiling is reached in the form of excess reports under clause 92, continuing scrutiny under clause 93. Finally, debt servicing accounts and are dealt with in clause 94, regulations about unauthorized borrowing in order to regularize its accountancy treatment, and recovery of debt as a specific issue is dealt with in clause 96.
Are you done, Doctor, for now?
Yeah, that's part 8.
Okay. Thanks, Doku. I think he has done part 8. He's now inviting comments, questions, interventions. I think I will start with the honorable member from DRC. I think she had a question earlier on, but I had assured her that she will pose the question in this session. So before we start getting fresh questions on the presentation that the doctor has done, I'll give her the floor. DRC, your name and your question.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je suis honorable Anne-Marie.
Thank you very much for the floor. I'm Anne-Marie Bilabango, member of National Parliament from DRC. In this law, draft law about public financial management, it is proposed that there should be an auditor general. In my country, DRC, the parliament is having its specific committees dealing with public financial management and monitoring. And there is also monitoring and evaluation, because we have to innovate. We need to bring in new proposals in our country. what type of counsels the legal drafter can give us, because we are having two committees which are already operating. This is the first concern. The second, still in my country, there is what we call a Cour des Comptes, which is considered like Auditor General Office in other countries. They give the report about the oversight report with copies to the government and to the heads of state. When there is a new budget, we need to take into account observations which have been made by this oversight board, or which is considered like Auditor General, because we need the performance for the budgetary control. What type of advice can the legal drafter give to our country in this regard? I thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go into the interventions for the fresh presentation that the legal draft made. But before I proceed getting the interventions, I am advised that the refreshments are ready. Those who would wish to get a cup of coffee and any other things, I think they can move out quietly, grab it, and come back while the session is on. Because I'm also advised that for today, our cutoff point is 16:45, 4:45, because thereafter the consultant, the legal drafter will not be available. So because of that, we are unable to break formally for the refreshments, for the health break. So these are the two announcements which I wanted to make. After DRC, I saw a hand from Lesotho, Angola, and Zambia. I don't know whether they're still maintaining their hands. Yeah, okay. In that order, we start with the, we continue with Lesotho. Thereafter, it will be Angola, then Zambia finally. Your name, Madam? Lesotho?
Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Tshepang Tshita Mosena from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Having looked at the aspects of borrowing vis-a-vis the Minister or the Finance Ministry, we have a concern seeing that it is not explicitly written or guided unless we are given otherwise, that borrowings need to be passed through Parliament. This is one aspect that was presented over and over when this model law was being discussed, or rather when it was being planned. And the issue of having control over, or rather being concerned with getting into financial commitments beyond the term limit of the parliaments. This is also something that it's not really coming out clearly. I'm not sure how I expect it to be, but the model law is sort of silent about the future prescription of financial indebtedness of parliament. So I'm just wondering if there is somewhere within the model law where this comes out clearly. I was expecting that it would be here. And having looked, we realized that it really is not presented explicitly. So can we take that into consideration or be guided how the model law is incorporating this aspect where the parliaments actually are the ones that give permission or are in light of the debts or the commitments before the Ministry of Finance or the Finance Minister can commit, because the powers still seem to lie solely either with the minister or with the executive. Thank you.
Thank you, Lesotho. Next is Angola. Your name and your country already mentioned, Angola.
Muito obrigada. Thank you very much. My question has to do with public indebtedness. This is something that is very dear to us. And my major concern is that all of us here in the proposal of the model law, it refers the ceiling for indebtedness of 60%. But at the end, this amount is always overtaken. In our case, we are paying that dearly because we came up to a debt which was 130% of the GDP. Notwithstanding the efforts that are underway to reduce the debt, but it has not reached the 60%. It is close. I think it now stands at 80-something%, but it is a huge effort. And what I would like to see reflected in this model law is the way how we can enforce this limit of 60%. How can this be enshrined in the model law? It does not have to do with the country's sovereignty, but the sustainability of our populations. Because the higher the debt we have, and if we want to keep benefiting from debt, we need to make conceptions, and we should remove amount from social projects to pay the debts. In our budget, we even had the amount estimated for debt about 55% and 45% for budget expenditure. So I don't know what happens in other countries. I know that some have high debts, but I consider that the commitment of 60% must be kept. But there should be a political commitment. There should be political willingness from our executives, from our ministers of finance, so as not to go over the 60%, because this money is then paid by our population at the end of the day. This is what I wanted to say about this chapter number 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Angola. Finally, Zimbabwe. Your name and the intervention. No, Zambia, not Zimbabwe. Zambia. Go ahead, Zambia. Zambia.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I wish to commend the drafters for having included a provision that suggests that the executive, through the minister, should report to Parliament alongside the presentation of the budget, a debt management strategy. Reason being, it is suggesting that the executive needs to be more transparent towards management of debt. And when there is transparency, you'll find that new investment is facilitated. It also improves accountability, as well as helping in the reduction of corruption. Now, further to what has been indicated, I wish to propose that this debt management strategy should include a risk management framework that has to be communicated also. Why do I say this? African countries, they have been having a serious challenge as regards managing debt and the risks that are associated with it. Let me give you an example. Like our country, Zambia, the amount that we are channeling towards debt servicing is about 45% of the total national budget. Now, you find that at the beginning of the year, when you are budgeting, the 45% is maybe, just for argument's sake, it's maybe $3 billion, okay? $3 billion, which you translate in kwacha, it is of a certain value. But due to the unfavorable movement of the exchange rates, you find that before you even make one service payment of the debt repayment, the unfavorable movement of the exchange rates makes the value that you budgeted in kwacha terms much lower than what you are going to actually incur. So I feel that maybe it can help us also if we can include a risk management framework in that debt management strategy. I don't know how. I know the drafters are the experts in this field. I don't know how they can squeeze it in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zambia. There's another hand from Zimbabwe. Pick one.
Yes, thank you.
Your name?
I'm Paulina Mpariwa from Zimbabwe. Mine is on debt management, that is section 81. I want also to acknowledge the commitment by the drafters and the presentation by the doc on this one. But perhaps really just to strengthen that, you cannot actually just limit it to a particular committee. You have several other experts who are in various portfolio committees at Parliament, who may also be part of the Public Accounts Committee in terms of input on the oversight for monitoring of debts. In Zimbabwe, for example, we have had to actually comprise what we call a Debt Accountability Committee. These are volunteers who are experts in debt management, who to follow up in terms of debt. We may also need to have that being highlighted in this draft model for SADC. The second one is on excess reports on 92. Where the minister shall make an emergency public debt statement as soon as it is reasonably practical. When actually, if you look at where the amount is above 60%, it's stipulated. Why not have a stipulated period of time rather than reasonably practical? It may never be practical. So I think we need to come up with a stipulated period of time so that we say so and so is off the line when the time is actually above. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You may respond. DRC raised a question based on your Chapter 7 presentation, but the four honorable members, Lesotho, Angola, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, they have raised their intervention based on your presentation you made. So over to you, Doctor.
So in relation to the comments from the honourable member from DRC, as she says, as she rightly says, in some jurisdictions, the functions performed by the Public Accounts Committee in one jurisdiction may be shared among other committees in other jurisdictions, and that is why, as I said in relation to the functions of the Finance Secretary earlier this morning, that's why the model law takes a granular approach, setting out the functions so that each jurisdiction, when it comes to domesticate the model law, can make the appropriate division of responsibilities in accordance with the terms of reference of different parliamentary committees. Her observations about the oversight report, again, that will be contextualized for different jurisdictions, but I respectfully agree with what she said and would see no reason why that cannot be built into the implementation strategy of the bill. of the model law. The honourable member from Lesotho spoke about controlling, giving Parliament the power to control borrowing. Now, and as she rightly says, that, you know, that was part of the concern underpinning the emerging policy of the model law. But the thing is this: you can't actually give Parliament the key, if you like. You can't give Parliament, you can't make it a parliamentary function to borrow money. That's something the executive does. That is something that the executive has to have the power to do as an executive function. But then, as she says, the corollary of that is that one ministry can borrow in a way that imposes a debt liability on future parliaments. You can't stop an executive from incurring financial liabilities. That's just something that an executive has to be able to do. But what you can try to do is you can link it to what Parliament does control, which is the budget. And that's why the debt management strategy is required to be, the debt management schedule is required to be appended to the debt management statement that is given as a budget document under Part 7. So what that means is that Parliament, when it controls the budget, is also looking at the debt management position. And that is as far as we can go towards giving Parliament control over what is primarily an executive function. The honourable member from Angola asked how the percentage limits and the 60% ceiling is to be enforced, and I agree that it isn't something that can be directly enforced. It is not the job of the public financial management model law to tell jurisdictions what they can and can't borrow. That goes beyond the functions of a model law. What it can do is it can provide a process that is designed to focus minds beyond that 60% ceiling. And it isn't a limit on, it isn't a substantive limit on borrowing. It is an enhanced scrutiny process when that limit is reached. The honourable member from Zambia asked whether a risk management strategy could be a mandatory component of the debt management strategy. And I say to him with respect, I think that's an excellent idea. And unless I hear any objections from other members, I will incorporate that accordingly. The honourable member from Zimbabwe talked about other, under clause 80, talked about other committees other than PAC having critical involvement in debt management, and I respectfully agree with that. And the breadth of the subsection 3B, any parliamentary committee whose terms of reference include responsibilities in relation to the debt management strategy is designed to allow that to be broadened and controlled through the terms of reference of committees. She also asked about 92.2, whether one should put a hard time limit in. I mean, that is something one could consider, but the problem with that, of course, is it's almost impossible to know how to give a time limit that would be tight enough to be better than what you've got here, and would be, but still generous enough to be reasonable. And then in some circumstances, it will turn out to be too generous and you'll get your report later than you wanted it. What I would remind her is that the phrase "as soon as is reasonably practicable" is not mere persiflage. It sounds in administrative law, and the courts will require reasons for delay. It means now, except insofar as a delay can be justified by reference to objectively specified circumstances. So it isn't necessarily quite as open as a lay reader might assume, and it would be difficult to know what hard time limit to put in its place. I believe I have addressed the comments made.
Yeah, unless there is an intervention, I think from Zambia, perhaps he is not satisfied that you have left a certain aspect there.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your answers. I just wanted to take you back to the question that was raised by the honorable member from Lesotho. Oh, my name is Kalalwe Mkosa, from a member of parliament from Zambia. Doc, I don't think the member was saying that parliament should be controlling. It's not controlling, it's just basically approving. Maybe let me give you a background of what happens in African countries. What they do sometimes, you find that we borrow for things that are not important. So in an event that parliament is going to look at it, the executive will warn themselves to that fact before engaging in such borrowing. I can give you an example, a more practical example. For example, in Zambia, we had a situation where we bought milling plants, okay? Milling plants which have been dotted around the country. But as we speak right now, they do not operate. We bought them with an intention that we are going to use them to reduce the price of milling meal. But that decision was arrived at before subjecting that project, okay? Before subjecting it to an evaluation by experts. So it's a project that was not evaluated, but because it was agreed by the executive, they went ahead and borrowed money, which has been invested in projects that is not going to help in any way in either reducing the price of milling meal or in raising the money that is going to be used to pay back the loan. Now, that is one example. The other example I can give you, what now some African leaders are doing, they will go to some countries, for example, China, okay? They go and propose that they want to do something, okay? Maybe to build hospitals or to build houses for maybe the police or teachers. Then, or my sister here is proposing that, or an airport, it's an addition. So what will happen is that such a project is going to be exaggerated. It's going to be implemented or constructed at a very huge cost. The difference of the money, only other people know, okay? Or the people who are implementing, they're the ones who know. So the moment they see that this borrowing is going to be subjected to parliament, then they will be afraid of engaging in such. This is also knowing that when we are approving the budget, it is usually indicated there that local resource mobilization will be $20 million. Foreign resource mobilization will be $15 million. And the amount that is going to be borrowed from multilateral and bilateral partners is so much. So there is nothing that the executive will have to fear here, because in an event that they are borrowing what has been included in the budget, I don't think honorable members in their right frame of mind, they can refuse to such, because that is something that will mean helping in fulfilling what has been budgeted for. But if they want to borrow for something that has not been budgeted for, then obviously parliament will help in protecting the interests of the people by refusing. I thought of just making that comment so that you have a deeper understanding of what the honorable member from Lesotho was talking about. Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you, honorable member from Zambia.
I'd like to respond to that immediately, if I may, for good order, and that is enormously helpful, and I'm very grateful.
Doctor, before you respond, there's also a follow-up, just a quick one from honorable member from Lesotho. Okay. Just wait for that, honorable member. Lesotho.
Yes, thank you so much. And pardon me, we are not necessarily getting into a dialogue. It's just trying to emphasize so that when we get the responses, maybe we are more on the same tune. I'd like to thank my colleague for having emphasized the dimension with which this subject matter was introduced. And if we look at our preamble, it has clearly stipulated that we are concerned that in some cases, there's no limit on quantum of public contracts entered into by the executive. Now, if this is brought into our preamble as a concern, obviously, we are alluding to the fact that we are going to remedy that. And the response that we got from earlier on, it simply says, no, the executive has this open-ended liberty to contract government debt. And really, the idea is not to take the mandate of the executive. It's simply, if we are playing our oversight role on the budget, just like we are trying to play our oversight role on the commitments that the government gets into, they have to tie directly with the budget allocations and especially with the fiscal disbursements. So the question is, are we really saying there's nothing that can be done, or Parliament can play its oversight role on such commitments, including public debt financing? Thank you.
Now, Doctor, you can.
Yeah, no, I'm very grateful for both of those comments, which are helpful to contextualize what is being discussed here. I think in response to the question at the end of the contribution from the honourable member from Lesotho, no, I'm not saying nothing can be done. What I'm saying is, and I'm not actually sure there's anything between myself and the honourable members from Zambia and Lesotho on this, because what I'm saying is you can't stop the executive having the power to borrow. And both the member from Zambia and the member from Lesotho acknowledge this. As a matter of administrative law, it is one of the powers of the executive. But they both use the word approve, and I think that's right, if I may say so. What we're doing is we are, by linking the debt management schedule to the budget process and making it one of the tabled budget documents, we're linking the budget approval, which is parliamentary control, not just oversight. We're linking that control to the stated position and projections in relation to debt. So to take the two examples that the honourable member from Zambia gave, the milling project will have had two parliamentary impacts. Would have had two PFMA structure impacts. There will have been the expenditure proposal, and then there will have been the borrowing. Now, had the expenditure proposal in the budget documents been set out in such a way that was required to state the borrowing component of the financing, then the control over the expenditure would have been linked to the approval for the borrowing. And similarly, in relation to the airport project, the Public Accounts Committee would have a particular ability to control the analysis of the projected costs estimate, which was, as the member said, clearly overinflated, and that then could have been linked to the approval of the relevant parts of the debt management strategy laid with the budget. So I think the answer to the point made by the honourable member from Lesotho is we're not saying nothing can be done, but what we're saying is you can't stop the government from borrowing. You can control its borrowing by way of approval through the budget process. You can't do more than that.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Another follow-up? I can see now the time. Oh, okay. Last.
Thank you so much. I think I now understand what the doctor is saying, and it is true. You can control by approving the budget. Now, what we are trying to say, Doc, also is that in the budget, it indicates that in that particular year, as a country, you are going to borrow $2 million, for example. But what happens in the actual fact, the government or the executive can go ahead and borrow $40 million, notwithstanding the fact that what has been indicated in the budget is $2 million. So that's where I think the issue is. I thank you so much, Doc.
Perhaps before you come in, Doc, I think there is last intervention from Madagascar. Somebody, you just introduce yourself before the doctor comes in with his last responses.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole.
Thank you very much for the floor. We are here to analyze and to validate our model law. That's why we are asking questions about public debts. Because we say that when we reach 60%, when we reach the ceiling, why not? Dr. Charuba is my name, Member of Parliament from Madagascar and the Vice Chairperson of SADC-PF. We are here to analyze and validate our model law in clause 71. They are talking about the ceiling there, which is 60%. Why that percentage? That's my question. Because I'm still having the floor, I would like to come back to clause number 68, 68.3. It is stated that, but model law is still checking. About sustainable development goals, because they are talking about children and so on, health covering. There were budgets which were voted, but in Madagascar we didn't reach 15%. We were about 10%. I would like to have an idea about ownership and domestication of this model law, so that we can reach the threshold which is allocated to health budget. That's why I would like to request our experts to assist us within this model law. Thank you.
Thank you. There were those two follow-ups.
Can I add?
Lesotho again, a follow-up. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Just maybe a specific question this time. How would Parliament prevent abuse of excessive borrowing by the executive? That is when the debt ceiling is excessive. How do we prevent that? Because yes, government has got its powers. The executive has got its own powers. Parliament has got its own limitations in a way. But here where we are trying to address this issue of debt, how then can Parliament really control or address the abuse of excessive borrowing? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. There was 3 follow-ups intervention. Please respond, then we close
The answer to the
session
observations from the honourable members from Zambia and Lesotho is, as they've both said, Parliament can control the budget. Parliament cannot remove the power from government to borrow. Can a government give a commitment to borrow 50 million and then borrow 100 million? Yes, it can. And I agree with the honourable member from Zambia. There's nothing the Parliament can do to stop that, because that doesn't come to Parliament. It's done by the damage is done by the time it comes to Parliament. I agree. And the member from Lesotho says, how can you prevent abusive excessive borrowing? Again, if you've got a Parliament that is faced with a government with the powers to do what it likes, you can't prevent it. But what you can do is, in a situation like that, provided it has to be reflected in the ongoing budgetary proposals, an in-year adjustment or next year's budget, Parliament gets its control year on year in relation to the budget and in year in relation to adjustment budgets. Now, probably a government that is carrying out abusive borrowing may already have a big majority in Parliament, and it may not really care about the parliamentary control because it may be able to carry the vote in Parliament. But let's assume that it's not the case. Let's assume that Parliament does have effective control and it has the numbers to provide that control. Then the answer is, next year, the budget is required to be adjusted to reflect the borrowing over the threshold. Is that a perfect answer? No, it isn't. It really isn't a perfect answer. The model law is not capable of delivering the answer to how can we stop governments over borrowing. You can't do that. A model law isn't going to do that. But we can try to make it as difficult as possible for governments to do it, and to make it impossible for them to do it in a hidden way, without transparency that leads back to the approval mechanism which both members have referred to in relation to Parliament. I'm not sure I can say very much more about that. One of the unsatisfactory features of my not being present with you in person is we can't continue this discussion and discuss some of the finessings and variations around the parliamentary approval process, which I think would be helpful here. But it's not my fault that I'm not with you today, and I fear that's one of the features of the things that would have been useful that we don't have the luxury of. In response to the points from the honourable member from Madagascar, the rationale behind the 60% is set out in the Secretariat and technical working group papers. It's based on international analysis, and the Secretariat will provide him, I'm sure, with the background policy papers to explain the 60% choice. On the Sustainable Development Goal budgets, I think something may have been lost in the translation or something of that kind. I didn't catch the substance of the question sufficiently clearly to be able to offer an answer, but perhaps whether in written form or in some other form, he'll be kind enough to pursue the topic, and I'll be able to provide an answer.
No, thank you so much, Doctor. Honorable members, a big hand for our Rigo drafter for the job well done for the Thanks so much, Dr. Greenbird, for the day today. I wish also to sincerely thank honorable members for the dedication that you have shown today. without your intervention, discussions, comments, and what have you, I'm sure the consultant on his own, he would have just gone through. As of now, would have finished everything. But you made sure that you bring up your input, your intervention, and all other things to make the day exciting and lively the way it has been. Again, a big hand for ourselves, honorable members, for the job well done. I should admit, honorable members, I really enjoyed moderating today's session. It was very live. Tomorrow, we are continuing from where we have stopped. The starting time is the same, it's 9 o'clock. Let me plead with honorable members that tomorrow, if we start on time, I'm sure we should be able to conclude the exercise also in good time, so that we can also attend to other issues, I think, in the course of the day tomorrow, before we proceed to individual standing committee sessions the following day. One announcement, honorable members, in terms of the logistics, I have been informed that for the honorable members who have not yet received their per diem, the incidental allowance, I think our accounts people, they are ready, that behind this side of the hall. They are ready to sort you out before you retire to your rooms. Otherwise, I really thank you so much for the day. Just related to what I was informing the members, that for us to be more efficient tomorrow, the members are requested and urged to make sure that you read the documents in advance, prepare the comments in advance, so that when the chapter is read, the presentation is made, you just go straight to observation, we move on. You'll find that by 12 tomorrow, or lunch hour, will be through. Thanks so much. Have a nice night. We meet tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp in here. Thanks so much, honorable members.